Hello, hi all. Let's start. My name is Gahar. I'm software testing manager in Nepal from Kazakhstan, and I'm today your moderator at the first Key Hub AI Management Conference in this year. Kazakhstan is a rapidly developing international and the largest country, which is located in Central Asia and partially in Eastern Europe. So it's the ninth largest country and have population 20 million people. So today with me is Camila. She's a software testing engineer and the coordinator of Key Hub community, professional moderator who delivers high quality tech talks and the conferences. Hi, Camila.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our AI Management Forum. So my name is Camila, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today. And I come to you from Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan. And in this forum, we will delve into the exciting intersection of AI and testing, guided by insightful presentations from industry-leading managers. So together, let's explore how AI is enhancing our approach to quality assurance and shaping the future of testing. Thank you for joining us, and let's get started.
Perfect. Camila.
And yeah, in this conference, specialists from all over the world will talk about the future of testing. And let me describe a few moments about possibility to gain the coins from our community. So to participate in this activity, start by scanning the QR codes provided and follow us on Instagram or LinkedIn, and then post a photo of the AI Management Forum in your stories or feed and tag us. But note that sharing with close friends is excluded. So your post will be accepted until the end of our forum. Please make sure that your profile is public and we can verify your participation. So attendees will earn one KeyHub coin for sharing on the platform and 2 coins for sharing on both Instagram and LinkedIn.
So, thank you. And who we are. So, Quality Assurance Hub is a global community of people who is indifferent to quality assurance. Our goal is to unite testers all over the world and exchange experience, knowledge, and expand the testing expertise. So, we more than 2 years organizing a lot of events, tech talks, conferences, tech automation hackathons, digital management, hub conferences, quizzes, and mem parties, a lot of interesting fun stuff about the testing. So please follow us in our social networks. We are always welcome to our new followers. And we have our KeyHub podcasts are realized on different platforms such as Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Google Podcasts, and etc. So more than 30 countries are our followers from all over the world. So we are proud to have more than 5,005 followers in VR community platform for now. Thank you to be with us, and yeah, let's have fun. So
And we would also like to extend our deep appreciation to our partner communities for their invaluable support in promoting and organizing this conference. Your efforts have been instrumental in making the Management Forum a success. So thank you for your dedication, collaboration, and hard work. And we are shaping together the future of testing and advancing the quality assurance industry. And moving on to the next slide. In this conference, we will cover the following topics. We will talk about the future of testing, introducing AI technologies to test management, using generative AI in software testing and approaches in testing RAG applications, and the AI first way in quality engineering. And also, we encourage all our listeners to actively participate by providing your questions to the comment sections. We will go through them in the Q&A part of each tech talk, and your encouragement are essential to a dynamic and engaging discussion. Please don't forget to follow us on our social media channels to stay updated with the latest news and insights. And additionally, please remember to send in your badges to show your participation and to appreciate our speakers on today's conference. So thank you for being an integral part of the KeyHub AI Management Forum. And let's get started.
Okay, so let me introduce you our first speaker, who is a true leader in his field, and we are so much honored to have him here today. Yeah, it's 5:30 a.m. in his side, and yeah, we are so excited. Thank you, Adam, so much to joining us. And he's a vice president, head of cloud agility and the testing practice, DevOps and GX agile testing, technology leader specializing in driving adoption of continuous delivery at scale, professional speaker at global conferences and the tech talks on the topic of testing and the NGX. Adam Airbach from United States of America. Hi, Adam. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Gokar, for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's start then.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. As Gokar said, my name is Adam Auerbach. I'm in charge of testing and engineering excellence here at EPAM. I'm located in the States. So this is the first thing I'm doing today, which I haven't had enough coffee yet. So hopefully you enjoy it and it's energizing. I'm hopeful that I set the stage for the other talks that will happen later today or later this morning. because I think they all kind of build on each other. So I'm going to talk to you about the future of testing. That's my introduction. If you want to follow me on Twitter, Bugman31. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, you can do that as well. I'm happy to answer questions and help you out. So in doing today's presentation, I thought, you know what, why don't we have this phrase, eat our own dog food. And I thought, you know what, wouldn't it be really cool if I could go to ChatGPT and put together this actual presentation on AI. And so that's what I did. And later on, I'll show you my prompt that I used. But basically, the slides that except for this one and maybe one other slide in the deck, all of the images are AI generated. In fact, the entire deck was generated through AI. And then I just had to do some minor formatting to make it look a little prettier. So if you see some funkiness in some of the images, you know why. But yeah, I thought it'd be pretty cool to try to help to use AI. And as well, we have a tool at EPAM called Alita that we think is a game changer, and that was also used to help with my slides. So I thought I'd start with the beginning. So these first couple slides just talk a little bit about where we are right now, right? And so what has been happening is that we've had this, and yes, there are still some companies, unfortunately, that are waterfall, but we've had this move from waterfall to agile, which has been really great for testers, because usually it means they need more testers. We need to have testers embedded into teams. We need to do more automation. And this is where, honestly, like I spent a lot of my career leading teams and making this change. When I was working in a waterfall companies, I remember just you always had this stress of like, testing is not being included, that the business is meeting with development, they're leaving us out, and you're always kind of playing this game of catch up. You never really are in the loop with how development is working. And with Agile, the game changed for us because we're now part of the team. The whole team is brought into planning, and all of our work is very transparent. And for testers, this has been really great. As we move into DevOps, I think that has also started to help some of the shift with how we work. It definitely, the transition to DevOps also meant that we had to get more technical. We had to get more into engineering. We had to get more into the automation, how the pipeline is working, how environments get stood up. And so you start to have this evolution of the tester going from, like when I first started my testing career in 2000, most of the testers had come from the business. Most of the testers were subject matter experts. So they were really good people at finding issues in the software. And so those people moved into IT, and those people were the early testers. And then as we started to get more agile and start to embrace DevOps, that started to change. And so companies are still, I recognize that we're talking about the future, and I'm putting a slide out here that honestly, I still talk to many clients today who still are struggling with this path. So you can imagine how far behind they potentially are in this journey, but I'll get into that. AI is not new, right? We have had AI and ML for, at least the last decade or so. And at EPAM, we have a really great product called Report Portal. Report Portal uses natural language processing to help predict or help categorize your failed defects. So this has been around for many, many years. You have AI in almost everything that we do, from our phones and the different apps that we use with the typing, or being able to recognize faces. So AI has been here. It's been part of our data practices within our companies. It is not new, and we've had to do some level of testing for that through the years. There are products out there that are able to do some level, like some of the low code, no code solutions have used some version of AI, not generative AI, but some version of AI to help with generating tests. I don't know that they're that great, but they've had them. So now we've gotten into this place, and this is how EPAM really tries to differentiate itself is that, we're really pushing towards continuous testing, being able to get testing early and often throughout the CI/CD process, getting it baked in, so that way developers get early feedback to how their code is working. In this continuous testing era, which we've been in probably for the last 5 years or so, we have seen some shifts. Some companies have gotten rid of testers and gone to teams of engineers, because this is all very technical effort, although that has limited success. But the testers on the teams, they look like engineers, right? Maybe they're SDETs or software engineers in test. They are very technical, and the goal is that you're being able to work in this pipeline, you're being able to automate in real time, you're able to use tools like service virtualization, or being able to do contract testing through APIs. And I think this is the most mature testing organization today, and companies are still working to get to here. And I think where we see AI at least starting to play a big role is potentially speeding up the journey. So those companies that are still in the moving from waterfall to agile, still doing a lot of manual testing, they're playing catch up. And what we're seeing is it's those companies that are most eager to look into generative AI solutions, because they are behind the companies that have managed to get to continuous testing. Because if you're doing true continuous testing, your tests are automated, they're integrated into the pipeline, they serve as true quality gates. That's the big point here. They serve as quality gates within the test, within the pipeline. Those companies are typically deploying to production every sprint, or much faster than the companies that aren't doing this. They have higher quality, therefore their teams are spending more time working on new features. So they have a competitive advantage than other companies. So you can see why maybe a company who's very mature isn't as interested in generative AI just yet, because the benefits aren't there to them. But those companies that are less mature, they're looking for a way to almost springboard past those really mature companies. So today, like I said, we have this. We're getting into this mixed reality. We have automation. You have some manual testing. We're now starting to introduce generative AI. And generative AI allows us to help with doing some of these tasks. It also can start to help ensure that other people can do testing. So when we talk about using generative AI, you can set generative AI up so that engineers could be better at writing tests, or maybe more of my junior testers can do more automation. Maybe I don't need a BA on my team, because the product owner can use AI to start to generate some of the stories, right? And so my role as a tester starts to change, because I need to make sure that these tools are working and have the right information to be able to generate these tests. So this is just starting. I think we're still looking for really great use cases of where testing, where engineering has truly benefited from generative AI. But right now, people are very interested, but the adoption is very difficult. People don't want to change that quickly. There's a lot of fear, right? If I'm willing to accept AI in how I work, does that mean I'm going to be out of a job? How does my job change? And what I'll talk about in a little bit is that, like, most likely your job will change, but for the better. So this is where I think it's important that we all embrace AI, especially in the testing space, because I think we have an advantage to other people. So what we're able to do with generative AI in testing is we're really able to, using RAG, which will be talked about in the next, we're going to talk about how to test RAG, But this capability of RAG allows you to give AI more context. So you can give it information like your existing test scripts. You can give it information like your user stories, your automation framework, your source code, and then ask it to help you generate tests or automation code or stories, etc. And so you can see that, how powerful this would be with a testing team that's probably understaffed, that's struggling to keep up. You can really start to enable AI to do more for you. You can help use it to generate data that's like a very simple use case, or one of the other ones is around generating unit tests, right? Microsoft Copilot is really great at generating unit tests. There are some questions about how people, the security of the tool, etc. But yeah, so I think this is where we're entering in today. I feel like this is going to take the next maybe 3 to 5 years. We're still waiting for that great case study. Like I said, we're still waiting. When 10 years ago, when DevOps became very prevalent, it was, there was a book called The Phoenix Project by Gene Kim that had came out. You started hearing stories about Google and Yahoo and others who, like Amazon, who were able to ship code early and often, maybe like many times a day. And like this, like just blew people's minds. And I think right now people are still kind of waiting for that to happen. But we do know that, generative AI to create prompts, to get to a place where we're able to eventually create agents, this is somewhat straightforward, actually, but getting the teams to use it is the difficult part. However, why this is all relevant to all of you is that testing is the place where people are most comfortable to try to use these tools. What we're seeing is that there's a lot of concern about the security of AI, especially when you talk about AI generating code that's part of a product. Legally, no one really knows, can I use, if the model itself is trained on open source code, and that open source code has some licensing that says that if this is used, therefore then that product that uses our code has to also be open source. Well, does that mean that, if you're using code generated from AI that's built on with that as the model, does that change the licensing of your code? There's questions like this. And so there's some hesitation to use AI in generating code that's going to be part of our product. But when it comes to testing and or writing stories, companies seem to be a little bit more open-minded to using it because there's very little risk, right? We're generating tests, we're generating test data, automation code, stories, and we can have people review them. So maybe it is a good first step. And that's what we're seeing in the market. And that's why it's so important for all of you to be paying attention, because this is an inflection point in your careers. For those of you that are able to understand these concepts, to really find time to lean in, to understand what does it take to do prompts, to do RAG, how do I use it to generate code that's going to be meaningful and not need full refactoring, you're going to have an advantage. You potentially could springboard out of your testing job and into a bigger job around AI, because we're going to be the first. You're going to be the first here if you work at EPAM, if you work at a company that's going down this path, you'll be the first to adopt it. The company I worked at 10 years ago, when we started down the DevOps path, we started in testing. I built, it was some of the testers, the automation people, who became experts in how to do CI/CD with Jenkins, in how to stand up environments. We built our own version of like Sauce Labs browser stack, and some other things. We built some products, and those people who embraced DevOps and the cloud, etc., like they went on to other jobs outside of testing, like leading DevOps organizations or driving some shared service within the cloud. And the same opportunity presents itself today, where if you really embrace AI and you really lean into how it works, you have this springboard to open up more doors for your career going forward. And I think that always excites me, and hopefully it does the same for you. This is the other slide that wasn't AI generated. This is a slide that, and maybe you'll see this later on in some other people's presentations, but it's a slide that we put together just to kind of show where we think we're going with generative AI. And I just wanted to have this here to kind of set the stage before I start to lean into some of the nuances about how things are going to change. So this first one, Wave 1, this one started a couple years ago. And this is, with the invention of GitHub Copilot, that's now Microsoft Copilot, and being able to start to use the Copilot type tools within the tools that you're working with, right? And so Copilot, if you haven't used it already, you're basically within the IDE, you can start to say, hey, can you help me with writing a unit test for this class? And then it will generate the unit test for you. You could ask it to write, build classes, methods, etc. It doesn't have context about how your code is written or what you're trying to do. It's just going to respond to the comments. So it's somewhat dumb. And from Copilot, and with Wave 1, what we're seeing is that you're going to get maybe a 10 to 15% improvement in productivity. And that just means that there's some tasks that are very applicable to using a Copilot type tool. And because of Copilot and its ability to generate some of this code for you, it's going to help you. It's not going to be a huge boost, but you will get some lift from it. Wave 2 is where we think we are entering right now. And this is with the ability of creating something called agents. Agents are really exciting because with an agent, I can write it. So if you go to ChatGPT, you can create a prompt, right? Like I told you, I created a prompt to being able to writing this presentation. But you can extend that prompt capability with connecting to different data sources. So maybe I could connect to the internet, or I can connect to Git or Jira if or whatever test case management tool you're using. And now I can start to have a workflow. So I could have an agent that reads Jira, picks up a user story. I then could have it go look through my knowledge base, which could be other stories, other test cases, Confluence pages, etc., to take that story, write test cases, and then I could have the agent take those test cases, create them in Jira, and then I could have it go into Git, create a branch, write the automation code, check the branch in, run the test, debug the test, and that's what an agent. So an agent is, this basically a set of prompts and data sources that's able to run larger workflows. Now, we call this Wave 2 because right now, every step of that process should have somebody look at it. When you are going to create test cases, someone needs to look at the test and just say hey, do I have all the right steps? Do I have all the acceptance criteria? Are these the right tests? The AI is really good at writing positive tests, but maybe you want more boundary type tests. So we still believe that humans need to be in the loop with this. But if you build that agent and you test it thoroughly, maybe you could get 75%, 90% of the work completed through the agent. And so this Wave 2. This is what we think we're getting into now. To get to Wave 3 and beyond, the LLMs need to get much better, much more accurate. And this will happen, I think, within the next 3 years or so. Right now, where everyone's trying to use OpenAI, and now we have Google and Amazon. They have their own LLMs, but eventually, and those LLMs continue to get smarter and smarter every couple months. But potentially, you're going to see smaller LLMs. Each company will have their own LLM, and they'll be able to tune that LLM to how they work, their business, their applications, etc. And then as those LLMs get much smarter, now that AI is able to generate a much more accurate response, and therefore the human in the loop is more of a reviewer than being interjecting each step of the way. And that will be wave 3. And then so maybe 10 years from now, when the next future of testing talk is given, they're talking about how today they live in a world of agents. And that's where we see the whole, potentially the SDLC totally gets disrupted somewhere between wave 3 and wave 4, where instead of having 2-week sprints, maybe we only have 1-week sprints. Maybe we don't have any testers on the teams. Maybe we don't have BAs either. Maybe I don't have that many developers. And so my team size, instead of being like a 2-pizza team, is a 1-pizza team, because the AI is able to really do most of the work. And the people on the team are there to just be able to set some of the parameters and validate the architecture and the output. So, but again, I think we're 10 plus years away from that. Right now, we're talking about humans with agents. And if you have questions when I'm done the presentation, we'll have at least 15 minutes or so for questions. So what kind of skills do you need to have in this wave 2 with Gen AI? What kind of skills do you need to have for a tester? So I think you definitely need to understand AI and ML. I myself have spent a lot of time reading prompt engineering books, listening to conferences, and then just basically use the tools. I can't stress this enough. The tools are there today. Now, granted, every company is a little different. Some people, they have restrictions on what you can and can't do with ChatGPT or other AI tools, but it's really important that you at least start. Find ways to use the AI, to ChatGPT or Copilot, at least to get started. For those of you that don't speak English natively, maybe you use it to help you rewrite some of your emails, or like I did here, if you're making a presentation, maybe use it for that. Maybe if there is, my son is in high school, he was in his computer science class, code's not compiling, and hey, go put your code into ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to help you find the answer. You need to start using it, even if your boss, your manager, your company is not allowing you to use it. Find other ways to use it. When I couldn't use when my company wasn't allowing me to use automation, I still found time to read books, to start to write some test code myself. And then I went and found a job that would let me use it. So I'm not telling you to go do that, but you really need to get embraced into this. Don't just wait. It will be too late for you, right? You don't want to be, you don't want to be someone who's like, every job going forward requires AI skills and you have none because the company you're at doesn't allow you to use it, and you're missing. Like, take advantage of this opportunity. I think it definitely helps to have some programming skills. However, I don't think it's needed. I saw a great demo where you can use. Someone was building a demo for using generative AI to build test data. And they started with asking AI to write the code. Write me the code that's going to do this, and then give me the instructions on how that I can actually run the code. That's how sophisticated this is. When I used ChatGPT to build this presentation. It wrote the code to create the presentation. When the code errored out, it reran it and fixed itself. So there's a lot you can do here with somewhat limited skills, and you'll see that it's going to be almost this pivot point where I think subject matter expertise will start to come back more in play. So you'll need to understand your domain, life science, financial services, retail, whatever it is that you're working in, and the technical skills will not be as important because AI will be able to do most of that work. You need to understand concepts. You need to be able to understand the IDE and certain aspects of it. But like, even for me, who hasn't done any programming in maybe 10 years or so, I can debug stuff. I can get code to compile because of now, like, the way that AI is able to help me. there's still going to be manual testing. We always have this conversation about, well, is manual testing dead? And I think I did my first talk on manual testing maybe 15 years ago. It's still here, right? There are companies today that are writing prompts to be able to do work, but those prompts need validation, and that can only be done through manual testing. When you have these AI infused applications, so we built a prototype for one company where you would go to the website and you would start a chat, and then as you're chatting, the page starts to dynamically refresh based on who you are, what you're trying to do, your interests, what other people have done. And so that needs to be done manually, right? You need a person to interact to be able to see how does are the responses accurate. There's just not a way to automate that today. So it's funny that we're creating this power to be able to automate a lot of how we work, but some of the end results still need to be validated manually. And so like crowd testing, for an example, will be a big player here because of the ability to bring people in from across the world. So manual testing is still going to be here. It's going to start to change. It's going to be more about testing AI infused applications or the output of AI. So when I talk about wave 2 and creating agents, the output of an agent needs to be validated, and it's going to need to be validated many times because to improve the accuracy, as well as every time the LLM changes, the application changes, except like these things have to be updated and then retested. So manual testing is not going away. It is going to evolve, but again, you need to have an understanding of these technologies in order to continue this evolution. Like I said before, the SDLC is going to change, right? This is going to be an accelerator for people to get to continuous testing, or eventually continuous delivery. Potentially, it's going to help with people, like I said, springboard over those that maybe are more mature today, because how simple AI is to be able to be used. We're seeing clients already starting, there's many clients where they have issues, quality issues, because how they write stories is inconsistent. And so AI, it's a great use case to say, well, listen, we'll get AI to write our user stories, our features, our epics, etc., because that's going to get a lot of consistency on the characteristics and the information that's in them. We're going to get more into rapid prototyping, design thinking, where you build a prototype, you get people to test it out, and you iterate fast. I mean, this is the whole concept of Agile. People will be able to do much more design thinking, rapid prototyping, because AI can generate the code and that prototype without really knowing the architecture or any of the complexities about a product. And that rapid prototyping means that you're going to build the right thing for the user much faster. A lot of times, one story that we hear, and there's this term project to product, and that is really referring to how the business works with IT. So we talk about making sure that we have engineering excellence within our IT organizations, but if the business doesn't have their act together, then we have this term shit in, shit out, which means we're building the wrong thing. The client's not going to be happy, and then we're going to keep going through this cycle of not being right, and that's going to hurt our business. And so by being able to prototype things and get them tested in the market, you now can ensure that we build the right things. And then quality is going to go up. We're going to be able to automate faster. We're going to be able to have much better unit. I can use AI today to look at what's all the code that's missing unit tests. Let's go generate all of those unit tests. So I can really start to build quality into the process, which is again why this topic should be so relative to all of you. I've seen generative AI prototypes where as someone checks in their code, then you can have a chat with AI where it says, okay, I don't see that you don't have any unit tests. Can I add unit tests for you? Do you want me to compile this? Can I deploy this? And so, that DevOps engineer or SRE person, they will start to I don't say we're being replaced, but you're going to see much more of their function part of generative AI, part of that process. And I think just that whole process of being able to say, like, is the code good enough? Can we move? You're going to see AI take a bigger role in that. We're also, one of the things that we do as part of engineering excellence is we look at how the KPIs of the team, how much of their backlog is on new features versus rework, production issues, what's manual, what's automated, what's their cycle time, etc. And so now the question that, how agile are teams? So, we can take all of the information about how a team is working and use generative AI to start to get recommendations on how we can make improvements into how we're working. Or maybe it's about our business, and this is where the AI infused apps come into play, is based on how our users are using our apps. Can you tell us what else we can do to improve transactions or revenue, etc. So from a tester perspective, what we're seeing is, I think, very similar to what we see with DevOps. So for those people who went through the DevOps transformation or are at a company that's going through this right now, what you see is you had these people who who were in charge of doing the build and deployment process for teams. They move into a shared service and they build the tools, the pipeline, and then the engineers use the pipeline for building, deploying, etc., running their tests. Right. This is what true DevOps is. It's the coming together of development and operations and enabling high quality with speed. The same thing here with AI and testing. I believe we will see less testers on teams. We're going to see much more teams of engineers, and those engineers are using these AI tools to generate the testing artifacts. So the role of the tester will start to be elevated into more of the shared service into the strategy where you're driving the agents themselves, and this centralized group owns how these AI agents for testing are working, and you're advocating the strategy around how you do integration and end-to-end and make sure everything is stitching together. But you're going to play a bigger role in the development and support of those AI agents than you would be being part of teams. Unless, of course, the team is doing some AI-infused applications, and therefore there's some of that work that still needs to be done. Maybe there's a bigger focus on testing in production with real users, because that's the shift that you will see. I think you're going to see the death, hopefully, of low-code, no-code solutions. Tricentis, I just saw Tricentis bought Sealights today. Tricentis is one of the biggest low-code, no-code solutions because it makes a promise that manual testers can do automation. Really think that those tools start to go away because I don't need them. AI can generate automation code that's real code. That I can generate Cypress, Playwright, Selenium code with generative AI that's really accurate. I don't need to create some type of fancy UI or wizard. I don't need to have my own proprietary language. And so, like those low code, no code tools should start to fade away. You will continue to see, and probably see an acceleration of uptick of the, maybe this means that Cypress will start to gain even more traction because you'd have more engineers doing automation. And then we know engineers rather use Cypress than Selenium. But I think you're going to see a change in the tools for sure. I mentioned to you in the very beginning, we already have working examples of AI able to create tests, run the tests, and debug the test. And so that will only get better. We have our report portal So we know how to triage those failed tests. We have self-healing. There's a great plugin called Helenium that can help with self-healing with UI tests. So we know how to do that, some of that already. So you're just going to get into this case where, like when I created this presentation, we're going to run that code. It's going to fail. It's going to be able to understand what type of failures it has. It's going to fix those failures and rerun them. So you can imagine, how long does that take you today? You run a regression suite. Maybe that takes an hour, a couple hours. Then you get a bunch of failures. Now somebody has to go triage those failures. Now you got to go fix your scripts. You got to go through this cycle all over again. Maybe, right? And so this is going to be significant productivity gains. And at some point, once the testing is able to demonstrate the self-healing and re-executing, at some point this moves into the development process. At some point, all what I'm saying here about I have working code, I have my automation runs, it fails. Don't just fix the test. At some point, go fix the code, right? And now everything becomes even more faster. So the productivity of the teams is going to skyrocket because of this. But it's the same construct, right? The same way I create an agent for a tester is the same way I create an agent for a BA. It's the same way I create an agent for a developer. And that's why all of you who are in the testing space have such an advantage, because it's starting in your space. So if you become an expert in creating an agent and using prompts to do testing, you can do that for any role within the SDLC. And that's why this is so important for you to get on board, to align to this way of working, because it's going to create opportunities for yourself. When we're able to write tests, automate them, run them, debug them, and we can do this within the sprint, we can do this very quickly. Not only is it a productivity gain from the role that we're playing, but it's a productivity boost for the team. So every team, when you look at an Agile team today, probably 60, 70% of the time is spent on new features, and the rest of the time is fixing bugs, defects, etc. All of that time starts to go away because of what Gen AI is able to do. So now that productivity of the team goes up, from 60%, maybe it gets to 80, 90%, which means that's 20, 30, 40% more time spent on new features. And that's every company would pay an arm and a leg to be able to have that productivity gain with it, because that just means that they can respond to the changing business needs. They can roll out new features. That means more revenue, bigger growth, which is why people are really eager to start. I mentioned this a little bit, but AI-infused applications are going to be starting to be the norm. Companies have spent a lot of time investing in their data, and now with that data and using AI, you can start to really understand. You can simplify the workflow. You can help people much better. And so this is really the next evolution of our products. You saw Apple is going to be launching the new iPhone with AI baked in, being able to help you with doing photo editing and other things. And so this is going to be the norm, and this is going to be a big part of the new opportunities that are going to come to testers, because we have to be able to understand, what is the AI doing? Why is it doing that? Is it right? Is it wrong? So you need to have this concept of how the AI is working, but then also being able to understand the use case of the application itself. We really do see AI as a collaborator, right? Like I said, you're going to have to get comfortable leveraging AI in how you work. And I will tell you, this is like I said before, this is a big pushback people have right now, because they don't want to change, they're scared. And I think you as testers, you have an opportunity to really embrace this, change your career, and then be a model for other areas. This is also, though, an opportunity for some of you who are maybe a little less experienced. So those who are new to the testing industry, testing field, because you still have questions, you're still not sure of how to do things, AI can be a big boost to you. And I think that gives you, as a more junior tester, a very big opportunity where you can start to challenge some of your peers, because if you can get comfortable using AI, you can get help with programming, with how you're writing your tests, how you're working, etc. That will boost your productivity, boost your knowledge, as well as getting you more comfortable with the technology. And you will be more in demand than maybe some of the senior people who really good technologists, but they just haven't embraced AI. I've been in this field for 24 years now. I am always, my desk is stacked with books. I do not read nonfiction, or I do not read fiction stories. I read books about work, as boring as that may sound. And so you have to be on this journey. You have to continuously, especially the AI topic, which is always evolving. I went on vacation this week. I was looking for new books to read, and some of the topics that I'm talking about, the books aren't there just yet. So I'm trying to find other stories. Like I said, I read a prompt engineering book, and so you really need to lean in. You can't just. There's two things here. The learning never stops. If you want to make as much money as you can, you want to have the best career you possibly can, you need to embrace this fact that you're never done. You always have to continue to understand what's next. You're going to need to make an investment of yourself, and you might have to use your time. You cannot expect that your company is always going to set time aside for you to learn. That might mean that at night, instead of watching, the latest, Game of Thrones episode, you're reading a book on AI, or on your vacation while you're sitting on the beach, you're reading, or on the weekend, you're going to have to spend some extra time reading and investing in yourself. It never stops. But it's even more important right now, because we're right in this is just starting. And it will take a couple years for companies to really latch on and speed up. And so you have this opportunity right now to learn for yourself and be ready for that explosion. And if you're not, well, now you're going to be behind, and it's going to take you even longer to get caught up. And there will be people that will just pass you by. One of the big things here is, as we start to lean into using AI and doing testing of AI, part of what's going to have to be tested is how we build models, how we tune those models. I think the first instance of Gemini from Google, they found was very biased because of the data that they used to change this. And this is where Jason Arbon has done a lot of work. Our own Tariq King has a couple of really great talks and papers on unbiased AI models. And I think this is where, why testing will not die. AI is not going to kill all the testers. That's just not the case. It just means that our world is changing, and what we test is going to start to change. But this is again another area of, how did they build the model? What are the responses? Are we getting fair? Are we getting, is it able to understand the nuances in people, in genders, in the images? Is it trained on a holistic data set versus something that was created, like a segment of the real population that doesn't represent. So how that is done is going to be very important. And again, this will be part for those of you that want to continue to do manual testing. This is something that will be a even growing opportunity, because at some point, like I said, even though OpenAI and others have the models today, it will start to change. We will get into more smaller models, companies. I could tell you at least 3 or 4 companies that have already started building their own LLMs. And so again, how they test those LLMs, how they tune those LLMs, it needs to be tested. And this is, again, a role that we can play in this. And so, testing for that bias, making sure around like this is our role. So again, you have one aspect of being able to embrace AI and helping leverage AI for improving how teams are working. And then there's this, okay, everybody that's going to use AI, that will still need to be tested manually. And then there's the AI itself and understanding that it's fair and not biased. This is another opportunity that we will have in the foreseeable future. So I think I only have maybe 1 or 2 slides left, and then I'm going to get into questions. So we're still like very early in this journey. It's still changing and evolving. So I could give this speech in 6 months, and maybe I have a somewhat different view at that point. But companies are starting to go down this path of agents. You're going to see an uptick of this. I would expect that you're really going to see it take off as we get into next. Right now, companies are still a little tight with spending money, but as we go into 2025, you will see like the journey down this road is going to speed up. And then the question is, are you relevant? Are you able to master these tools? Where are you in this journey? Are you in the driver's seat of the vehicle going down this road, or are you standing on the sidewalk, watching others go by you because they have embraced this and you have not? Part of how I got here in my world is being part of communities. You're all watching this. You're all part of this QA Hub community, which is fantastic. It's really important for you to give back as you experience Gen AI. You start to see this evolution. Write blogs, do talks, share your knowledge, because it is growing. And I think we all need to be able to learn from each other. And that's what I try to do this on a very regular basis. I go to several conferences a year. Not really to sell anything or get benefit myself, but it's really just paying it forward. And I really do believe like this open source mentality of the community is really strong. And I think, there's nothing to hide. So it's really important that as you go through your journey and learning, that you share this with the rest of us, so we all can learn and we all can get better. This is my last slide, and then we'll have a couple minutes for questions, but I just wanted to share, this is the prompt that I created. So I said, hey, I'm doing this talk. I need at least 20 minutes, 20 slides. This is the context of my talk. This is what I wanted to include. Then I said, hey, give me an outline. I want a title. I want bullet points. And I had it create the actual prompt for the images. And then I set some rules on it. And then I got this presentation. Okay, so I think I have some time for questions, if there are any.
Yes, thank you so much, Adam, and special thanks for joining at 5:30 a.m. It's very early on your time. We are so much appreciate, and good job on the great presentation. Special thanks from community for your effort, time, and presentation. I would like to ask our audience to not hesitate to send him badges and leave feedback on the comment of our post in Instagram, Telegram, or LinkedIn group. Follow him, follow us, Quality Assurance App community. Okay, we have questions. Let me ask you from the audience. So the first question is, don't you think that asking AI to write the code is like using a knife to create another knife instead of cutting?
No, it's the newest, it's the next tool, right? So what did they do before knives? We had rocks or, steak. So, the evolution of a knife, you would use the next device. If I have a laser to cut my meat, I'm going to use the laser, right? And so I think, this, I've gotten this question before, and I just think that you're failing to see the advancement in the technology. And so that's why, again, humans with agents, being able to have the AI write the code, but then being able to review it and check it, still important. But you should not. It is not. I think. Yeah. Don't be afraid.
Great, thank you. So here a lot of positive feedback. Thankful for your presentation. People are really enjoy. I shared some of them. Yeah, so appreciate to have this comments. Thank you. Asking questions, please. And one more, maybe last questions. Where is it? So, what strategies can key managers implement to foster a culture of continuous learning and adaptation in the face of AI advancements in testing?
Yeah. So I think for managers, it's going to be really important that you set up, that you do things to help create this culture of learning. So, obviously some of us are still working remotely, but maybe you have like where everyone has lunch together, a couple days a week, and people share stories of how maybe they've read a book or an article, or they're using some AI in something that they're doing. So start to do things like some very deliberate activities to help the team like embrace this, but then talk about it. So maybe they're lunch and learns. Sometimes, if you're following SAFe, there's an innovation sprint. And so maybe there's a day or two, every month or every couple months where you're able to let people go and experiment for the day. And at the end of the day, they bring those experiments back. And then potentially you would allow someone to continue, someone who does something really cool, you help support them to be able to roll that out at a bigger scale. So I think as managers, we really, it's not enough to just go tell people, go read, go learn, do it yourself, but really creating like some safe space to allow people to experiment, but then also talk about it and share. And I think some really great ideas can come from that.
Great, thank you. I suppose it was the last part. We have here another interesting question. Great presentation. Can you please share some book link from where we can start learning AI for testing?
Yeah, I think the next couple of talks that are going to happen today with how to testing with RAG and others, there's a talk with Igor. So I think there's some really good talks that are going to kind of double click into this topic. And we definitely can share some links.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, and we wish you all the best and always positive audience in the future. So enjoy your coffee. Good day. Good job. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Adam. And it's time for our next tech talk, how to test RAG applications. And today we are excited to have two esteemed speakers with us. Let me have a moment. So, Natalia, a software testing manager, and Alexei, a quality architect and a QA discipline head in Croatia. In this session, Natalia and Alexei will discuss what RAG is and the types of applications that can be built using it. They will also explore the difference between traditional testing and testing for large language models and RAGs, as well as how to prepare test data specifically for RAG applications. Additionally, they will introduce the tools used in testing the applications. And we would like to remind our audience that you can share your questions in the comment section throughout the session. And we hope you find this tech talk informative and engaging. Thank you for joining us. So, dear speakers, please know that you can now proceed to present your talk. We are looking forward to your insightful session.
Thank you. I will start, and thank you, Camila. Thank you, Gauhar. And let's start. I will present the first two topics, and the second two will be presented by Natalia. We are going to share with you what is the RAG, what is the difference with the, again, traditional way of testing, with the traditional applications, and actually how it might be tested and what the tools, what the approaches might be used for such a testing. Because right now, I would say a lot of the tools, a lot of the products have an AI under the hood, and definitely this is a very hot topic, and that's something we have to know. Please move to the next slide. Okay, the first one, what is the RAG? The RAG is abbreviation, and RAG, it's, let's say, translated as a retrieval augmented generation, which is the, let's say, approach how to teach RAG, how to teach AI, how to upskill AI with some additional information that helps it, let's say, to make more accurate, more content-based answers. So as you may see on this on the schema, in RAG, it was used some knowledge bases, some context, some, let's say, context information, which provide additional knowledge to the LLM model. And it's especially useful when this information is related to some topics which are, let's say, not very common, like some information about the company, some information about the customers, or some specific domain, or like business domain or technology domain information. And it works in a way, so before the answer question, LLM using this context to, let's say, build better reply, better answer. And actually, that's how it works. Please move to the next slide. Let's consider type of the RAG applications. So first of all, it's a chatbot. Of course, again, if we are talking about some specific topic, for example, I don't know, healthcare, there are a lot of the specific information, and especially if we're talking about some, let's say, specific areas in healthcare, which cannot be found, again, in the network. So we can use company knowledge base, again, any documents that helps to answer the customer or the patient, for example, questions, which is pretty useful in this in this area. The second one, again, it's not only about the answers for the questions. It might be analysis, like customer feedback analysis. We can have, let's say, a lot of the customer questions. We can have, I don't know, some, let's say, topics discussed or some feedbacks, anything. And everything might be analyzed by RAG and by LLM, actually. And this is the customer information. This is the customer. This customer insights might be, let's say, used to build some, again, some analysis or some summaries, anything, depending on what we want to have. Then enhancing content creation. That's the same. We want to build some content. We want to develop something, anything, like generate some text, for example, testing strategy. And it might be easy, for example, if we if we will use Jira tickets, Jira user stories as a context, as a knowledge base, then, for example, based on them, we can generate test cases or testing strategy, anything you wish. And the last one, onboarding agents. So very similar to previously what was said. We can upskill We can upskill users how to learn, how to use some software, how to teach them and provide some better understanding of the usages and of some software. So again, we can use any manuals, anything, Jira tickets, user stories, customer feedbacks, everything that might be analyzed to provide better answer or develop some tasks in more accurate way. Let's move further. Okay, yeah. Next one. So we know what is RAG. The RAG is like way of AI work, or like how to improve AI work and make it even better. But there is a difference between AI and between traditional software, which actually means that the way of testing was also different. And I would say the main difference between traditional and AI-based software, that's the traditional software is coded and working according to the predefined rules. Like we have the simple logic. If something is true, then we are doing this. If something is not true, else we are doing that. Like everything is done, is coded, and logic is predefined. In terms of AI, we are using complex models, which are using some patterns, working according to probabilities. So you won't have the same, and actually, I believe you know, if you are using ChatGPT, you won't have the same answer for the same question. You will not be able to have, let's say, always true or always false feedback. It will be something in between. And that's the main difference. The answer is not predefined. Then one more about the errors. That's also interesting because like with AI application, mostly you won't have this 404 error because for AI-based errors, it's really different. It's more about the accuracy of the answer. And again, you won't have like concrete problem. You won't have concrete failure. You need to decide what is failure for you. And this is more similar to actually non-functional requirements, when you have to define, again, what must be the accuracy of answer and what the metrics to be measured to understand, let's say, if it works good or bad. Then maintenance, of course. And again, what is the maintenance for the traditional applications? That's like mostly bug fixing. We have some issues in product work. Let's say we have defects and these defects are fixed. New build is deployed and that's it. But for AI-based, again, it's different. We are updating and we are retraining these models, which is really different stuff. So the process of maintenance is different. And I would say the last but not least, it's there are a lot of the models we can use. And let's proceed with the challenges because we are touching this question there. So yeah, challenges. That's actually partially was touched with the previous slide, but let's consider the challenges. So again, testing of LLM, it's not only about functional verification. mostly it's about the metrics. It's about the accuracy, bias, consistency, like huge number of metrics, considering different angles of the model works. And again, you can't have true or false. It's always in between. You need to measure. You need to understand what is the requirement. You won't have the same output. That's also one of the challenges, and that's why we need these metrics. And we need to define which metrics we have to have for our application. That's the main challenge. We never know what the metric will be mostly applicable for the product testing. Then the next one, the quality evaluation, it's not only about the answer. It's also about the question. It's also about the prompt or like request. That's the same. You won't have a good answer with the bad question. So you need to understand if your question was really, let's say, good, to have good answer. That's one of the issues. And one more, we can have different models. There are model, like most known model, it's a GPT, but there are a lot of them. There are big models, small, let's say, and actually, if we are moving to cost efficiency, there are expensive models and let's say not expensive, cheap models. And again, for each product, we need to decide if this model, and by the way, these models developed to, let's say, resolve some particular tasks. So we have to decide if this model is really applicable for the product we are developing or not, if it's good enough or not, if it's cost effective or not. That's like a lot of the questions under the hood to be answered. Then one more challenge is again about the costs. And that's funny because AI simplifying work for everyone, like doing, let's say, way of testing more simple, more easy, and which, let's say, mean that we don't need very, very experienced people who will work with AI tools. But on the other hand, to be able to work with AI itself, we need high-skilled people. We need people with knowledge in LLM and data science and Python sometimes. And there's the question where to find these guys, where to find the people with appropriate skills. And maybe the last one, this is the lack of the standards. This type of testing is very new, and let's say we don't have any domain standards, like, for example, Selenium, which is, let's say, standard for web UI testing. We don't have any predefined set of metrics to be applicable in like for each product. Everything must be selected, let's say, and everything must be defined for each particular product. That's it. Let's move further. Maybe small example of the quality of the answers. And again, why we need these metrics, why we need to analyze the answer. That's very simple, because like mostly we don't have correct answer. We have like we might have partially correct answer. Let's say how to measure if this is good or not, that's the question. For example, if we are asking about how much cost Apple, then we can have answer regarding the real like fruits, or we can have answer regarding the Apple stocks, and that's also Apple. Or again, we can have answer with the pineapple, which is not apple, but still have this word inside. And based on the application, based on the focus application, because it will be strange to have the, let's say, information about the fruit when you are asking about the stocks. But maybe this is the partially correct answer. So we never know, or like we know, but we need to have requirements and understanding what to be considered as a good answer. And we have to measure everything according to these requirements. Let's move. Okay. Then let's speak about metrics. I would say there are 3 types of metrics we have. The first one, which is based on ground truth. The second one, which is which can be calculated without ground truth using. And the last one, metrics based on LLM response. Let's deep dive to some of them. Yeah. First of all, let's consider what is the ground truth. Ground truth, that's actually what we expect to have. What we expect to get as an answer, or like as an example of how it might look like. Sometimes it's kind of the context. And for example, in this particular example, if we are asking people, AI to, let's say, collect emails and categorize them, then ground truth for us how these categories might look like. So this is the let's say the information that for the comparison of the like as an example for that might be used for the to build the answer or to check if the answer is correct or not. Let's move to the metrics. Okay. The first one is the metric based on ground truth, faithfulness. So this is about the consistency of the generated answer. For example, the question is, who wrote Hamlet and when it was first performed? We can have a context. So what is the Hamlet? What means like with the Hamlet and like information about William Shakespeare and the years when we believe it was written. So we can have this we can have this information as a ground truth, as a basis for the analysis of the answer. And actually that's what was told initially about the RAG application. So we have a context which is considered as a ground truth. So now we have good answer. Hamlet was written by William Shakespeare and performed between 1599 and 1601. But also we can have bad answers. So let's imagine we have like not trained model which is not understand how it might be processed. And we can have the answer like Hamlet is written by unknown author in early 16th. So how we might calculate the faithfulness? Let's move to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. The step 1 for the calculation, we are splitting the answer to the statements. And okay, we are considering right now the second answer when the answer was not very good. Okay, and yeah, so we have 2 statements. We don't know who is the answer, and again, the years when it was written. Yeah, could you show me the second section? Okay, and then step one, we are analyzing if this okay or not, if this answer correct or not. And then in this case, the first segment is not correct, the second one is correct. So eventually we have this formula and the answer will be 0.5, which is like not very good, not very bad. That's it. That's the way of the calculation. Okay, and the second one will be presented by Natalia. Yeah, Natasha.
Okay, so that was a metric based on ground truth. I hope you can hear me. If no, please say something. So, metric with ground truth. We need to know the expected answer. It will not be exact answer like we have in traditional models. It might be some variants of the answer, but some truth might be here. The second bunch of metrics, that's metrics without ground truth. We don't need to know the answer, but we need to find out how good answer is. For example, answer relevance. Let's assume that we have a question. Where is the France and what is the capital? And we have two possible answers. First one is France is in Western Europe. That's correct, but we are not interested in it. Second one, France is Western Europe and Paris is its capital. How answer relevance works? We are trying to use only an answer and to retrieve the question, to understand, is it possible from the answer itself retrieve the reverse engineer the question. And for example, for the first low relevance answer, there might be in which part of Europe is France is located, what is the geographical location of France, etc., etc. But if it's a low relevance answer, we will never have a question what is the capital, because it was not present in the answer. We can't do that. For example, if we are working with ChatGPT, then you may have note, and personally I hate it, but it's too arrogant. It's saying, certainly, I would do that, I would do that. He will rephrase the whole your question, but it helps this module to be highly answer relevant. Let's assume that I have just a question, and for that I will use dial. Let's assume that I have just an answer with the name Jupiter, and I'm trying to find out what was the question, where the answer is Jupiter. You see how many different you don't see, probably, sorry, I don't know why you don't see it, but it must be here. Just a second. Here we go. Can you see it now? I hope yes. So that's just the answer, Jupiter. That's a set of questions with one answer. It might be according to methodology, space exploration, physics, astronomy, whatever. But having the answer, we will not be able to retrieve the question. That's the second bunch of metrics. For example, if we're talking about answer relevance, we are trying to find out how many retrieved questions are close to the initial question. We don't need ground truth. We are working just with a question and answer. The third part of metrics, that's metrics based on LLM, and they very tricky. They are working with friendliness, harmlessness, consistency, biases, ethics, etc., etc. We are not checking that response is correct, response is relevant, response is quick, does not spend a lot of tokens. We are saying about that it's not harming, it's not biased, it doesn't break any demographical and ethic rules. For example, as you know, Gemini is not for now creating images of people. Why? Because there were a lot of issues with such generated images. So that's metrics. Now we know metrics. We know how RAG is working. Next one, we need to prepare test data to be able to test RAG application, to verify metrics based on ground truth, not based on ground truth, and general, because with introducing new context, it might happen that native LLM, base LLM, was working fine, but with context, it starts to provide biased answers. So for that, we need to prepare test data to be able to evaluate metrics based on ground truth, not based on ground truth. For example, let's imagine I'm trying to do the same example Alexei was already sharing. I'm prompting to chatbot where to buy apples. What can I check if I don't know what this type of a chatbot? I can verify that answer will not say me, oh, go to grocery Mike, he's just cutest grocery ever and apples are the best ever. No, that should not happen. And that's an example of an answer where I can see, yeah, local grocery stores, but no names, that's okay. Farmers markets, again, no names, that's okay. And moreover, this LLM said me that tricky one, I will not recommend some specific, some particular information because it will be not good. It will be something that can be go under the law, behind the law. So that's something that I can check if I know that I'm testing the chatbot. But if it's a prompt to a stock trading chatbot, can I expect answer on apples? Or it will be about stock price? I would say it will be about stock price. So knowing the domain where chatbot based on RAG was created, I'm expecting the answer. In general, both answers are correct. They're about apples. We think that context is from stock trading domain. The first answer will be incorrect. So that's possible checklist how to check chatbot based on RAG application. We must verify that response is graceful. Graceful when the question, the same as requirement in traditional application development, is ambiguous, incomplete, vague, not understandable, etc., etc. How the answer will look like? Will it be graceful to say that I didn't understand, could you provide me some details or something like that? We have to verify domain-related acronyms, because if I use any acronym, any abbreviation, it might be different in different domains. For example, if I'm talking about TRR, it might have not only test result report, but something different in different domain. We need to verify how the chatbot handles out of domain question. Either no answer saying that it's not my responsibility, or some general answer that is not doesn't contradict RAG context. So that's okay, because if, for example, you're doing a chatbot for car trading, Volvo car trading, and when asking what is the best car ever, you have an answer that it's, for example, BMW, from Volvo chatbot, something not very good. We have to verify the answer to long questions, spelling, dialect, because you cannot assume that users of chatbot will provide you poems and essay like in Hamlet, like Shakespeare. No, it might be with spellings, mistakes, typos, dialects, etc., etc. Fairness across demographics, that's for sure. And we need to verify usually that response is conversational. How to do that? Well, for example, let's at first prepare a small diagram to check all those aspects we will be interested. For that, what I need a new conversation, and I need to create, let it be GPT-4, act as a guru in mermaid diagrams, and you need to create a mind map diagram for the ideas below. And now I'm putting all the ideas that we were discussing just a second ago in here. Sometimes GPT forget what mermaid stands for. That's why I will add explanation how mind map work. Okay, now hope I will have a diagram. I can visualize it somewhere, for example, in Miro board. Where's my Miro board? That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, here we go. So in Miro, that's EPAM Miro. You can use it. We need Mermaid. Now I need to have this card. No, it's not. I'm not sure it will work. No, it's not working. Not problem. It's Tema Karma. It happens always. But I have previous one example, it was working, and I can add, for example, that one spelling language, I'm going to add question in Spanish, question in German, for example, or any other, in Polish, any other language. I can do that. That's my ideas. I have them, and for each this idea, I can prepare a test data. Now I have, let's assume I have those test data. What to do next? So I identify metrics I'm interested in. I do have test data. How to test it? You can use it definitely by hand with pushing information to your chatbot, get an answer, and providing this terrible, where's a calculations and formulas, and this one is the easiest one. We have much more complicated formulas, or we can use predefined existing tools. For example, there are for now very famous and very used framework. It's called RAGAS, Retrieval Augmented Generation Pipeline. So it was designed specifically to test RAG application, chatbots, onboarding guides, whatever, but RAG application. In here, you can find a link where to go and check. And one of very good options for RAGAS is that it can automatically create you test data, synthetically generate that you can reuse. For this, you have another problem. It would be good to have not the same LLM for creating those test data as you're using inside your chatbot or RAG application. But well, it happens that you can use the same, where you will have, you need to have access to the same context, to the same raw data knowledge base your RAG application was trained, was using, and RAGAS will help you to create set of questions with answers and ground truths instead of manual typing. The other application is DeepEval. DeepEval works with a lot metrics, so it has more metrics comparing with RAGAS. Both of them are on Python. You can modify, you can reuse, but it might happen that you don't know Python at all. Maybe you are a manual test engineer. Does it mean that for now you will not be able to take a important testing crop application until you will learn Python? Actually, no. And luckily, we have an application in our LEAP portal for testing RAG applications. So that's LEAP portal, and in experimentation section, you can find very interesting information. I assure you see also, you see about that, how it's working. You can go in here, and this framework contains both RAGAS and DeepEval and helps you to evaluate all those metrics. Basically, what you have to do, you need to provide test data, your test data, and automatically all calculations will be done and you will compare your metrics. Actually, in LEAP, we have even chatbot, and this chatbot is RAG application, AI RAG application with chatbot, so we can test how it works. Definitely, we can do something in a manual manner. Let's assume I need to please translate to Polish. Any information about a e-learning pass. I can copy this report. I can go in here in English, and you see chat is responding, chat is providing some information. So if you don't know where to start, you can use this chat. Or we can do the same with Polish. I'm not sure it's correct. So if anyone from Poland or knowing Polish, you can correct. I'm not sure. Damn karma. You see, it's not working. It was working just fine all the previous week, but it's not working anymore. Okay, plan B. Go to Web API testing and set my question to the same portal, but in TF environment. And expectation is that, okay, it will not work. Yeah, that's for sure. That's my expectation. Just a second. Oh, it's providing an answer. You see, I have an answer. Now, if I'm doing the same in the other question, in the other language, expectation or my ground truth is that response will be graceful, saying that in English. Now it's generating. We have found a bug. It understands Polish. That's cool. In Spanish, please. Maybe more bugs. Lib developers will not be happy. Yeah, it's providing an answer, but I don't know what this stands for. Answer must be something like, I don't understand, please provide just English. And actually, let's check if we're doing that to the dev instance. Yeah, only English is supported, so that's cool. Now, what we can have in here, that's application. In JupyterBook, there are a lot of steps for installing the application and installing all Python packages. You can just say, put in here, run that, and it will be run. And even if you don't know how to work with Python, you will be able just to put the button and have the answer. Next, we can have our own file. And for today, demo, for the sake of time, I have prepared a set of questions to the lib portal. Where they are? Here we go. Yeah, here we go. And table consists of 4 columns. Question, context. If I'm working with debug mode, I can retrieve the context that chatbot is using for answer, and ground truth, because I'm expecting to have some particular answer phrase. It might be different. For example, if I'm talking about any assistance, I would like to see that this just words present in the answer. I'm not interested in the correct and polite answer. I'm interested in just those keywords. And I can upload it in here. I can retrieve them. Installing. So that's my questions with the answer and ground truth. And now that's my metrics. Faithfulness, answer relevancy, context precision. If we initiate deep evaluator, it has even more. You see hallucination, bias, toxicity. It has a lot of information. And now we can see that, for example, information, general information, some synthetic test data that can be generated automatically by other LLM without knowing context of a chatbot, without knowing async. What do you have? What is lib? It has faithfulness, not very good answer relevance, but it's providing a good answer. For example, this one, difference between Alita and Alitea. Igor will present today a lot of information, and I'm pretty sure he will explain the difference. And actually no difference, because Alitea is a new name for Alita. It has more more options, more possibilities, more tricky things, but it's the same. And you see, in this case, answer relevancy is pretty good. I can retrieve my answer, my question from the answer, but faithfulness, answer from the application, RAG application, is not good because I didn't have the answer. What can we do? We can create new information, and actually that was a question in Spanish. You see, English is supported, and it was not verified because it was not working. But probably answer relevancy is pretty good because we have a context that we are not working with other language except of in English. You can try. You can provide your own ideas, your own example. You can upload your own documents in here and try to test RAG application even without knowing a lot about Python, Ragos, DeepVal, or any other custom solution. But if you're interested in those solution, again, you can go to applications. Here we have links, install them, train them, work with them, and understand how these metrics are working and what are the aspects of generating data, special testing data to test RAG application, not general traditional application. Actually, that's all from my side and from Alexei's side as well. If you have any questions, let's go.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Alexei. And we would like to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to our speakers. So let's move on to the Q&A part. We have a few questions shared in the comment section. And I'd like to remind our dear listeners that you can share your questions that will be covered within this Q&A part or later within the chat. So the first question is, could you suggest a specific filter or hard skill to learn? Probably in terms of introducing AI.
Probably. I can answer. If you're well, that depends because actually generative AI completely changed the focuses in LLM testing. For now, you can go either to traditional way, LLM, working with LLM, training LLM, testing LLM. For that, you probably need to have good knowledge in Python and many statistical data, statistical science knowledge, data analytic knowledge, etc., etc. It might be working with generative AI, and for generative AI, again, we have several fields. It might be creating new LLMs or creating new RAGs, fine-tune models for a particular client. You can work with this field, understand how to test those applications, how to identify cost. There are a lot of questions about cost, how to choose a model for testing, how to calculate the cost, how to propose it to client. Or you can just boost your productivity with using generative AI. Even if you're not working with AI, but you can boost up to 20-30% of your productivity on test case creation, test data creation, working with documentation by proper using of generative AI models. So it depends on you. If you're interested in really hard skills, that might be Python, might be understanding of LLM under the hood, how they are built, how all those deep neural net are working, how to test them. If you're interested just in using them as a tool, think about prompt engineering use cases for particular stack. It might be for code generation, for test case generation, working with accelerators such as Codemy, Alita, Iced, Azure. So that will be the answer.
Maybe a few words from my side. Again, the question is very, let's say, wide and like it's not very easy to answer shortly for this question. But if we are talking about the testing of AI applications. We also have ESTQB AI testing certification and syllabus, which might be considered for those who want to specifically test such an application. And again, as Natalia said, there are a lot of the programs in cloud with the prompt engineering, like, for example, AWS prompt engineering, and this course is not very big, like only 4 hours and free of charge. So that's a few words from my side. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for such detailed answer. Let's move on to the next question. So, new AI reality likely depends on additional costs related to AI product testing because of LLM request costs. What are approaches or thoughts how to manage such costs?
Let me answer this question. So, first of all, there are a lot of the models you can have. There are a lot of the models you can use. You can consider GPT chat as a basis, and for example, you can check price for the 1 million tokens for GPT, and then compare it with other, let's say, providers or again models. And then again, there are a lot of the ways how to select appropriate model, because you can teach your model. Actually, you don't need a complex and expensive model to do what you need. Maybe you can select a cheap model, then teach this model, or like with some information, upskill it, let's say, with some information, and then it will be cheaper than GPT, for example. And again, you will be able to use it. So definitely you have to collect the information about the, let's say, options available to the market. Then compare, then select the best option and decide if, again, if you need GPT or you can use any cheaper, any like any other models like Llama, for example. That's what we are doing for some of the EPAM opportunities. Hope I answered this question.
Thank you, Alexei. And we have a few more questions. Let's take a look at them. So the next question is, what methods can be used to test questions and AI chatbot reaction from responsible AI perspective? For example, prohibit harassment questions.
Well, actually, it's something that, again, pretty new field. It's called prompt injection. Because actually there not even might be, there will be questions that are targeted to harm your system, to harm your, for example, chatbot or customer feedback analysis, that are triggering the model to say some bad information, some biased information, some information that can harass or make some sexual harassment, make some other type of harassment. And for now, there are ideas that we can do the same as we are doing with security testing, like prohibiting some keywords, so-called stop keywords, that after receiving it will be just general answer, I can't answer, or please rephrase, or something like that. But actually, it's just building now. It's very interesting when you can take a part in building some new concept, how to work with new ideas, with this new class of applications. Maybe Alexei would like to add something?
No, not now.
But thank you for the question. That's really interesting, because for now it's mostly like exploratory testing in traditional models. Well, if a tester is SME in the domain, and in this system, they know how to test. They know what to do in order to check that this edge case is working as expected. The same with AI chatbots. You need to generate probably those questions manually, because if you are trying to create such question using other generative model, at first you have to persuade the model that you're not going to hurt it. I was trying to do that for GPT-4 previous model. It's working not each time, but sometimes after huge context that I'm on a good side, I'm a tester, I'm trying to protect my application. Please help me to create prompt injections or security injections to base it on, for example, if we're talking about security testing, general security testing, then, for example, some mail format information, some SQL injection, and I can do that. It will provide me answers, not each time. For now, it's cheaper to create them manually, comparing with time I'm spent on begging the system to help me in this question.
Thank you, Natalia, Alexei, and we have 2 more questions for today's Q&A session. So the next one is, how can testers identify and mitigate potential biases in the responses generated by RAG applications?
Well, actually, there is a set of rules that is working under different compliance standards, different country laws, etc. You have to law them. That's something similar to accessibility testing. How to check that.
I would say
application is
about compliance. So
compliant.
yeah, accessibility also about compliance. So yes, in each area, in each let's say region, you have a lot of the you have a lot of the standards, and you have to follow with the standards. So actually, you should be an expert or kind of the expert in this area to be able to let's say understand if this an issue or not. So maybe one of the options, you can involve some I'm not sure how it might be called by the guys who is deep in this domain, and ask, for example, for some guidance.
And country. Not
yes,
only
of course.
domain and country, because, for example, mobile testers, funny moment from the experience, mobile testers were very upset when they have to push Victoria's Secret e-commerce mobile application to Arabic world. So they didn't know how to work with all those models. Is it allowed? If it's not allowed, and they have to request some person who knows which images are allowed in Arabic world if we're talking about underwear.
Thank you, Alexei, Natalia. And the last question before wrapping up today's Q&A session. What unique challenges do RAG applications present in the context of software testing?
I believe this question was put before Alexei shared this information, because we covered it on the presentation.
Maybe to summarize, the main challenge, there is no any correct answer. I mean, the single correct answer. That's the problem. There is no true or false. It's always in between. That's the main challenge for me.
Okay, thank you very much. And we would like to express our appreciation to our speakers, Natalia and Alexei, one more time, for dedicating your time and effort to prepare and deliver such an excellent talk. And your insights and experience have been invaluable. And we are truly grateful for your willingness to share your expertise with us. So thank you for contributing to the success of this event, and for sharing your knowledge and your experience about quality assurance and testing RAG application. And additionally, the best way to express your gratitude to our speakers is by sending pages via VR community platform or Heroes portal, and your participation and appreciation means a lot to us and our speakers. Thank you for being a part of this event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Thank you, Natalia. You have a good day. We appreciate having you here. Bye.
Thank you. It was a
Bye.
pleasure.
Thank you.
And I'd like to remind our listeners about the possibility to gain some coins from QA Hub. Please follow the specified QR code and share your photos from QA Hub AI Management Forum and tag us in LinkedIn or Instagram. And now I'm passing the word to Gauhar.
Okay. So let's start. It's my pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker, Head of Quality Engineering Practice in Central, Western, and Eastern European countries, and Ukraine. We are so honored to have her today here with us. Thanks, Marina, for joining us from your vacation. How are you feeling? How's everything going?
I feel wonderful. I feel wonderful, but let's check the connection and let's check sharing that everything is okay. Because, you know, we will talk today about kind of press, stress, and all other things, and testing karma also. So, are we online? Do you see my screen?
Yes.
And do you hear me?
Yes. This is, yes. Now it's visible. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
So we can start. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I would
let's start.
And I would kindly ask you guys if any issues with audio on video, please raise a flag, yeah, because my story would begin that always, yeah, you have kind of issues on the project. And actually, we are quite happy sometimes to have these issues because it's part of our profession, it's part of our specialty. We enjoy to have challenges and we are ready for them sometimes. Sometimes we are not so ready for these challenges. As I would say, yeah, pretty often we are not ready for these challenges. That is why, despite the fact that we do our best to combine everything together, to make some redundant connections, etc., etc., so testing karma can play without some tricky games. We will talk with you today about test management, AI enhanced test management, but not kind of traditional test management where the flow is pretty smooth. And you make team management, process management, continuous improvement, and you have time and support for all this. Today, we would focus on the tricky items. With small introduction, but why I would share with you my experience, our experience, etc., etc. And also, I would address a couple of questions that are definitely pain points for many our quality engineers, test leads, test managers, etc., etc. What is our role in your reality?
Okay, it seems that we have
Changed my
a
career
technical
path from
issue.
development to Is everything okay?
Yeah, sorry for
Yes.
interrupting.
Yes,
Okay.
now is okay, Marina. Yeah, a couple minutes ago.
So,
It's interruption.
super. Okay. Yeah, some small interruption. Sorry. I have 3 lines here, 2 mobile line, 1 Wi-Fi, and it's still kind of, I would say, weather-dependent internet, despite the fact that it's in Europe. I make jokes right now that in Ukraine, despite the war, we have more stable internet than in Europe. And it makes me kind of sometimes really surprised. That is why, so return back to the story. So I have switched my career path from development to testing, to automation testing. Why? Because we were doing computer vision, plate number recognition. And the reality was tricky. The reality has shown that it's easier to develop neural network than to prove that it's actually working. Because even if a couple of numbers were recognized, it still means nothing. That is why testing in new reality would be more complicated, more sophisticated, more tricky. And I would say this AI explosion, from my point of view, is actually one of the best things that happened in the field of testing. Because if you are interested, you would have so many challenges, so many tricky and funny cases that you cannot even imagine. Just enjoy, just get this experience and expertise, and you would have a lot of funny results. So, why? So, and when we have started to think about this stress, high stress atmosphere, etc., etc. Initially, the roots of this information, they are actually from Ukraine and February 2022, when we were waken up by alarms, bombs, but still, despite all these challenges, we had to drive the business. We had to drive the business and never drop the ball in deliver. That was our, I would say, KPI, OKR, moonshot, etc., etc. And we got this terrible experience. And after first 6 months, we started to reshape it from, I would say, this nightmare and catastrophe to kind of deep understanding that we have traditional crisis on almost every project. When we join a new project, we don't know where to go. We have lack of knowledge, we have time pressure, we have lack of transparency. Sometimes we are overloaded with this set of information. Sometimes we are missing this information. It could be outdated. It could be missing, yeah. Sometimes and often, even on green projects, we are not aligned with stakeholders. What else? Our key team members say like, okay, we are not interested in this project anymore. We have attrition in team. We have communication silos, over and under and engineering. Our process could be at the very beginning when we start our onboarding or firefighting, kind of absolutely unmanageable. It could be mess in information, technologies, in code, yeah. We can have this huge feedback cycle, lack of visibility, lack of metrics, lack of measurability, and quality issues. So I would say, when you join new project or you make firefighting on existing one, it's kind of traditional crisis as usual. So, how can AI help us here? Let's start. First of all, what I see on many projects, what's going on and what's really not going good. And by the way, I'm sorry, but I would like to ask, do you hear me right now? Is everything okay with connection? Okay. Seems that yes.
Yes, yes, it
Let's
is
move.
good.
Yeah. You see, like, you need the and by the way, that's actually really good start, despite all these challenges. What do I see in scale on many projects? New team lead, new test manager, test lead join the project. Then he or her, they start to read a lot of information. They start to build something. They start to build their own vision and build this alignment on every step. Build this alignment with team, with stakeholders. Is our understanding of the problem is correct or not? Most of us, we are technical guys, and I would say that in 80% of situations, I see that people join the project and they start to analyze code and quality gates. That's the first. Is it good? I would say my answer right now is radically no. One step back. Good, I would say, kind of framework right now that is called rapid assessment. It contains 20 questions and it takes less than a couple of hours to build initial big picture. That is why for every new project, for every red project, I would kindly recommend you to start with this small rapid assessment to understand in main areas where we are right now, where we are from testing strategy point of view, from test automation point of view, test case management, test management, our requirements, and test governance process. I would say these areas, would allow you with small questions to build initial understanding. Then, with this initial understanding, you can talk with stakeholders, with delivery managers, with team. Are you on the same page or not? Because actually, we want to understand and build our baseline where we are right now and where we want to be and build this path. That is our main task as quality manager. That is why on this stage, where AI potentially can help you with some recommendation. But I would share my experience right now. These 20 questions in Prism 2, here actually this step is already well prepared. We cannot have a huge impediment on this stage. But let's return back here and see. Let's imagine that we have problems. We indicated that there are issues with test strategy and defect management on our project. Okay, we want to improve our life, and here AI would help us a lot. So, tricky items. What I see with my colleagues in production. When the problem is in the test strategy, it's not only in our company. I see such examples on many conferences and abroad that act as a very experienced test manager, create the strategy based on the provided artifacts, especially when you have inherited project with a huge amount of, and the strategy should be shaped according to the standards to pass the audit, and so on and so on. But okay, let's imagine that at the first stage, you're careful enough and you check that your chatbot understood you correctly. So let's check the structure that we would like to get. You have mentioned standard, you have corresponding structure. So, and everything seems to be okay in this moment. And here would be tricky part. It's kind of spoiler alert. You create some prompt, that based on this structure, please fill my test strategy with the information provided in this variety of documents. My personal experience was the following. I have inherited one project, and for knowledge transfer, actually we had less than 2 weeks. Previous test manager on customer side was leaving the organization, so I was left with kind of 48 documents, huge amount of documents, and we had something like knowledge transfer session, 1 hour per day. And I say like, okay, I was like in a position, what's going on here? Such a huge amount of information, where to go? Is it good information? Is it bad information? And so on. So right now I reuse this example, but definitely change these documents to be shared, to be used in trainings, etc., etc. But I still reuse materials partly from that painful case. 48 huge artifacts, docs, PowerPoint presentation, Excel spreadsheets, and so on and so on. And what I see, people have try at this moment just to check the structure of the strategy, upload all these documents, and get the results. Let me just a second show you. It should be Chrome. Okay. Oh, cool. Again, in order to omit situation with connection, I have changed all this talk to ChatGPT and not to Alita to reduce connections to our internal systems. So we can upload all these documents and try to get the strategy. Would it work? The answer is actually no. It would be very high level document with some pieces of information here. I would say that something like 40%, 30-40% of task would be fulfilled and performed, but you wouldn't be quite happy with these results. You see, the results, it's like some sections are good, but some items like purpose, like scope, like objectives, they're definitely not in a good shape. Also, test approach partly. But techniques that are used test process that is mentioned in documents could be good extracted. Okay. We understand that AI could help us here, but we are not using it properly. That is why I say, let's have some tricky examples today, yeah? Expectations and reality. We were expecting that 48 documents. We have uploaded everything. It is highly documented project, but it's not working. So as a result, we got some text and we cannot rely on this text. What you should keep in mind, when we talk right now about artificial intelligence, we are not talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about LLM. And the main idea behind LLM is text-to-text analysis and transformation. What was definitely good here? LLM was capable to proceed to process our provided docs. Okay, let's switch them up. Okay, here, just switch your focus as an experienced test manager. First of all, you should be experienced test manager. And at this moment, try to ask your chatbot like, okay, you have huge amount of documents, you would be lost in them. I can guarantee you would be lost in this sea of artifacts. Okay, so, but let's reuse our system to make kind of catalog for you to help you to understand where actually you have answers on your questions in all this variety of docs. So you can ask your system, like, give me the list of the documents that I have shared with you that contains information on bug and defect management. Why I am referring on bug and defect management? Maybe you remember that initially on our big picture, we
Okay, it seems that our speaker has technical issues with connection. So let's have this time to grab some coffee and to have a break.
Yes.
And she is able, she will rejoin us. So yeah.
Yeah. While she's fixing her connection issues, let me remind you that please scan the following QR codes and follow us on Instagram, post about this conference on LinkedIn. I'm sure you found it useful. So you can get key hub coins, and then we will give prizes in the end. Yeah, just a very gentle reminder, please. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. So we will answer for them in the end of our conference. So yeah, let's have a break maybe.
Yeah,
For
let
5
me
minutes.
enable the music. Sorry for inconvenience, but hopefully our speaker will be able to join us soon.
Yeah.
Okay, our speaker was successful in rejoining. So Marina, could you please share your screen? Oh yeah, I can see the presentation. So yeah, we are able to proceed. Okay, as I can see, there is an issue with sharing the screen. Could you please redo that? I mean, reshare your presentation.
I think yes, maybe Camille.
Okay, then let's switch back to our previous slides related to ability to gain some key hub coins from tagging us in social media channels, and let us provide Marina an opportunity to troubleshoot the connection issues. So let's wait a bit more. And Marina, you're back. Let's try to use the way when we are sharing presentation, but by ourselves.
Okay, that would be nice. Thank you very much. So you would share presentation, yes?
Yes.
Awesome,
Yeah.
girls. Thank you very much. Super. Let's go on. So then would skip some jumps to the system. So guys, where have I been dropped? Here on this slide. Am I right?
Yes. It drops here.
Okay. Then, guys, at the beginning, you check structure of future test strategy. Let's move to the next slide, because always be tricky. Always check that actually chatbot understand you correctly, and you see kind of really good results. We have strategy, we have mentioning of standard, and what is our reaction usually in such situation? Wow, the system works. The system can do anything instead of us. That's great. That's a really true structure of a good test strategy, and we can pass audit according to this structure. So, and here would tricky part comes. Let's move to the next slide. But you see what crisis means. So we have 2 times dropped to the internet. Yeah, I have twice changed lines. And we say like, okay, that is why, thanks God, we have almost everything on presentation. The next idea usually is to upload all your documents that you have and say to the system, please shape me test strategy from this huge variety of documents that are presented. And from one point of view, it's kind of normal expectation. But from other point of view, let's see. My experience, so I don't know exactly, have you heard it or not because of this internet connection, but I would reiterate. At some moment, I have inherited project with 48 documents. And from knowledge transfer, we had less than 2 weeks. Don't ask why. So the person on customer side decided to use vacation during this month of knowledge transfer, etc., etc. And that person was not like me, joining conference from vacation, but actually like, okay, you have all the documents, enjoy. And we would have this knowledge transfer session only 1 hour per day. It was all. And I was like, 48 huge documents. So the initial idea was to reuse our artificial intelligence enhancement for this item. Let's move to the next slide. So expectations versus reality. Shall we try to grab the window? Can I try? Or let's skip?
Up to you. If it's possible, let's try.
So let's try to share the screen. You know, guys, I'm brave from Ukraine. Still, it seems to me that the only thing that I'm afraid is electricity and Wi-Fi. Okay. And I got something like this. Absolutely high level answer. Do you see my screen? Yes, now? It's kind of small information here in purpose. Small scope that has nothing to do with reality, and I was a little bit disappointed. But, okay, something interesting in test approach. Some pieces of puzzle here in test process, etc., etc. And I was like, okay, me and my colleagues potentially we are not using properly AI here. Let's then change the situation. So expectations versus reality. As a result, I got some text that I cannot trust. LLM is text transformation and processing. So I have misused it. But the good idea is that LLM was capable to process provided documents. I have shown you some examples with 10 documents, but actually I was uploading all of them. Let's move on. And I will check that. Do you see my screen right now? Yes?
Yes.
Super. Then let's switch the focus. If we cannot build great text from all these things, let's do it a little bit other way. We understand what we would like to do as test managers. That is why here it was interesting for me where is the information about bug and defect management, because as you remember from that picture, big picture, 2 pain points, test strategy and defect management. So I uploaded all the documents and asked the system, tell me where all my documents. And I got the list. So I was kind of expecting to have this information here in specified bugs documents, but also it was in 3 documents more. And it was like, okay, nice, it's already helping me. The next item, I asked chatbot to extract for me all the data that I have right now about this project on bug and defect management. And here, you see, hold on. We should be really, I would say, sophisticated. We shouldn't believe all these items. I really like the sentence that in God we trust, all others must bring the data. That is why initial prompt is not kind of specific enough. So I would have some document, maybe with some level of hallucination. It's not working for me. I prefer to have something like that. Oh, okay. Again, extract for me data and add references to the corresponding documents. And as the result of this stage, I got all these items. Piece of information, reference to the document, piece of information, reference of the document. So finally, being in time pressure, in crisis, yeah, I was well prepared before every new knowledge transfer session because I got topic for this knowledge transfer session and was capable, easy to navigate through all these documents, prepare my vision and questions. By the way, AI can help you with this question. So, big picture as a first stage. Then, with AI, we are capable to deal with this huge amount of information. The next item, process, not technical items. Guys, I enjoy technical items, so it's always my pleasure. But process, so with bad technologies, but good process, you could be successful. With wonderful technologies and bad process, no. So what have I tried here? Pictures, etc., etc. Some people prefer pictures, some people prefer to read something, etc., etc. So I was providing chatbot with this diagram and asked chatbot to analyze what is here. I assume it's here. So, you see, do you see my screen right now? It would be today maybe my favorite question about screen, and so
Yes, it's visible.
super,
Marina, thank you.
It's readable, yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
So you can upload picture and ask system to provide textual description to your picture. It's, I would say, from my understanding and my experiments and my experience, 90% correct, but 90% correct is already wonderful. Sometimes you prepare the strategy and vision for your customers, for your team in form of PowerPoint presentations. Then for audit, etc., you need to have this big and huge documentation. So definitely feel free to use Alita to put this data in Alita and generate textual description that would be necessary. What else? So you see, it works. It works even really good. Recommendations here. Recommendations is kind of extraction of experience all over the world. You can try to grab this data from the system. What elements in this process are redundant, what is missed, you can read, and then based on your knowledge about this project, tune it. Would you use them or not? But it can provide you additional point of view. Sometimes you agree, sometimes disagree. I would say I was not okay with missing elements here, but it was kind of interesting vision about redundancies on this project process. Sorry. Why I was not quite okay with missing elements? Because based on our experience, it was easy to add a couple of elements like test ideas, like developer to fix a problem, and usually it's not recommended by LLM because it's not task about text-to-text transformation. What is good here? What is highly recommended? Draw such diagrams and for your different teams and use AI to compare them. Find similar things and differences And definitely when you would see that almost all your Scrum teams are acting in a different way, you would understand why potentially project is in a red zone. Okay, kind of spoiler alert. At that moment, so you start to analyze process, you start to analyze kind of testing type that you have right now, and so on and so on, and you have a lot of brainstorms. I don't know. Some people write beautiful and shiny diagrams from the very beginning, PowerPoint, or some Draw.io diagrams, mirror boards. I still prefer to think with marker on whiteboard or even on paper. And my friends make and my family make jokes that I'm in IT because my handwriting is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. So I decided to play with AI here. I provided some simple diagram to ChatGPT in this case and to Alita, but Alita was reused in my case ChatGPT, and asked to provide textual description for something like that. So you have brainstorm, you have diagrams, but you would like to make them in a systematic way to have this textual description. And you see, I was surprised. I was really positively surprised here that this testing diagram actually was properly understood by the system from layers point of view, from description point of view, and so on. I was like, interesting. You remember, I'm from computer vision, and I was like, great progress. Finally, in 8 years, I have something to be proud of. The recognition was perfect. Okay, let's ask additional information. So, from one point of view, system was representing all these layers. From other point of view, system also provided additional information on tools, on frequency, on responsibilities for these layers, recommendation. And you say like, okay, definitely when you have time pressure, when you have kind of stress, you brainstorm, but you hate to make these meeting notes, you hate to make this textual description because you have already everything in your head. It's a great way to make photo, upload it to the system, and get some result and even recommendation. Okay, let's make it. I have 2 favorite items for today. Sophisticated. As I have already mentioned, my handwriting is terrible, and right now I'm almost proud because of it. I can share by the way the screen and show that actually this picture was shared with the system. I have added some comments about coverage for unit tests, about that end-to-end test cases should be done on a nightly basis. And you see here API contract and units for every build. In previous recommendations, you see every build here after significant changes, daily or on each build, etc. So I was explicitly changing this recommendation on the picture to understand is system flexible enough, is system capable to recognize and to grab information. Okay, what we have here. We have discussed these results, by the way, with previous speaker, with Natasha Bogushevskaya, and we were like, wow, interesting. You see here on unit level, we got this comment about 80% code coverage. We got this information about contract tests, for every build. We got this information for API test cases, for every build. Sorry, it's not all the screenshot. I have skipped one part of screenshot. Also, let's change recommendation. shape prompt that great, but make changes as application stack would be .NET. And previously it was provided, the system was providing us with Cypress and other items. Right now, in the section tools, we see a recommendation focused on .NET stack. Could it be beneficial for you? Yeah, the answer is yes. But guys, we have experience in AI. I would say, in God we trust, all everything should bring data. It sounds so beautiful and awesome. So what I recommend you, even if you are so excited and impressed by the results, recheck the results that you got. So I was kind of confused. Actually, is the system so good? Because this part for every build for these 3 items, is it actually so readable for the system? So I got this concern. And despite the fact that I got wonderful answer that is 100% satisfying me, I asked one more prompt. What is the difference between 2 diagrams that I have provided? And you see, guys, here, updated diagram, annotations, unit tests, correct annotation, contract tests. No additional annotation specific to this layer. Oops. So actually, we got kind of slightly false positive result. So recheck the information. Can you use AI? Definitely. Is it accelerated? Definitely. You can only imagine how long would it take for you, for me, to write proper description that was generated. But should you recheck it? Definitely yes. Because you see how tricky it could be and funny. Yeah, you see. Here is correct. Here is correct. This information about for every build is actually allocated only for API layer. So that's interesting, that's funny. That is why I say that in your reality, it would be more work for testers than for development. And it would be difficult. I'm happy that I had this talk after information provided about Tragus, about specific how to test the results of AI-enabled products. That is why we use it as accelerator, but keep in mind. The next item here, let's imagine that we have our targeted testing pyramid. But in order to shape good process, so let's remind, we have already big picture and we can be aligned with team stakeholders based on this big picture. Then we can navigate through our information, see, and it works. We can shape pieces of our test strategy, good. We can analyze our test process, make some recommendations. We can analyze our testing pyramid, but we are test managers. So for us, it's extremely important to shape our team and process simultaneously. What can help us? Racing matrix. So we have testing pyramid, and we ask our chatbot to provide us with racing matrix, but not kind of traditional, but a little bit modified, where we would have responsible, accountable, consulted, informed, and covered by. What does it mean? Person could be on a sick leave, person could be on vacation, person could be on BCP, yeah, because it's our Ukrainian part of the story, where we need to deliver and we need to cover this role if somebody is not available right now. So, again, the system was fed with picture. Yeah, I like pictures, you see, despite all this. So I can draw and I can paint. I cannot write normally. And system provided with kind high-level recommended table. Okay, testing types grabbed from this pyramid and our columns. Almost okay. I say that prompt was not good enough from the very beginning, was not pretty clear. Let's say that we have manual case, automation case, product owners and business analysts, developers, performance analysts, security testers, and I ask also to remove some information that actually is not test types. The second option, you see, already we have changes. Not all the lines were removed. That is why I see still the system has issues how to work properly with some colors and so on and so on. But that's already something. You can compare the presentation will be shared with you actually manually, just out of the top of our head. That is a diagram that was presented as a project and we were working with. It's a diagram proposed by artificial intelligence. It's a template, it's kind of recommendation, tune it. So the system can bring you up to speed. Would it replace you in this role? The answer is absolutely, definitely no. But can you work more efficient? Definitely yes. And the next item, what is extremely important for us here, metrics. So guys, maybe the most killing thing that I see on a regular basis on these AI trainings, when we ask systems to calculate some metrics for us, etc., etc. No, LLM is text-to-text transformation. It can aggregate some data. It can create some Python code for us or other code to analyze, to build the trend in this data. But it's not about math, please. So you can ask for code and do this math. But system, in a nutshell, is not supposed to do this math instead of you, etc., etc. But still, we all, as test managers, understand if process is not manageable, it's not measurable, it's not manageable. So we need this metric. What can we do with AI? We can ask AI to help us in different dashboard creation. Again, provide some picture from our report system and text representation, because we can read these graphs. Our stakeholders, they don't understand. Okay, we have some numbers, trends. Is it good? Is it bad? Come on. We can use AI here to be up to speed. By the way, I will show it on the next slide. We can make some log analysis, so it can grab data from log. We can aggregate test results, not from math point of view, from information classes point of view. So like grab all the data about critical bugs, something like that. We can normalize data. Yes. We can make trend analysis and some predictive analysis. And by the way, system proposes you with some nice Python code here. So some simple example here. I got picture with number of defects, throw it to the system and ask to get me trends. I got description. I got observations on open defects, trend and implications, new defect, trend and implication, closed defects. So can such tooling like Alita help you in providing team management and stakeholders with readable test result reports? Definitely yes, because for normal people, from business people, this picture on the left side is nothing. They actually don't understand what does it mean. They need this additional description. But for you, it's kind of routine. So again, you can be AI enabled here, and actually it can save your time. So you would have this time more to set up some process, to set up quality gates, to set up some technical stack, and so on and so on. So big picture, yep, process, brainstorms, roles and responsibilities in your team, analysis of pyramid, analysis of test results and metrics, and keep in mind to always think about release process. So you need to make such analysis as I have shown you for all the stages of release cycle. Would the system build release cycle instead of you? No, but if you would provide some data and ask system to create Gantt chart diagram instead of you, the system would do it. Definitely. That is why we are not talking about replacement, but we talk about delegation of some routine activities to AI and being AI enabled. Okay, I assume that we have time for questions right now. At least I hope so.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Marina, for your presentation, time, effort. Special thanks for joining from vacation. Let's have.
I'm happy that you hear me and see presentation despite all these challenges and testing karma.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
challenges,
true.
but yeah, it was
Yeah.
a really great presentation. We have several questions. I would like to just remind to our audience, guys, please ask questions in the chat. It's time to answer for them. So we have questions from the platform. Let's start from them. The first question is, what methods can be used to test questions and AI chatbot reaction from responsible AI perspective? Prohibit harassment questions.
That's really a wonderful question. So guys, I would say that right now we are working. So the bad part of the answer right now, that unified methodology, how to do it properly, is still in progress. There is no such a standard, but right now this standard should be in place. So the market is working in parallel on this standard, and in EPAM we have started to work on this responsible AI, I would say, standardization and methodologies. So you can reach me, you can reach Helen Marcinishina. She's working on it right now. And a little bit later, definitely we would have set of events to share these items. Because right now, for example, system, I would say ChatGPT and other systems, they try to be protected against such systems, against such questions. You can grab system prompt. By the way, I have system from ChatGPT, and there is section about sensitive questions, how to answer them properly. So right now, protection is on the level of system prompt, that such type of questions shouldn't be answered. You answer in such and such a way. But still, you can violate all these items, kind of make jailbreak, workarounds, and got that non-specific answer. So the niche right now is opened, and neural network, garbage in, garbage out. So it's a green field right now and blue ocean.
Great, thank you. So I like this question. Could you please share some best practice?
And now I
communication with intelligence. Oh, really? Do you see the question?
Yeah, now I see. I would say my first best practice to integrate two items. First of all, some of best practices I have shared with you today. You make brainstorm then you use AI for this analysis, for textual description, to be on the same page. Why it is great and important, especially for the team collaboration, because from one point of view, we all assume that one picture is worth of 100 of words, but you can misunderstand, you can skip some information, etc., etc. When you make this brainstorm, when you draw these diagrams and provide this textual description, then all the team goes through this list and you're actually on the same page. Also, racy metrics. Racy metrics is a bad thing about team collaboration, because if you have big scalable project, guys, it's not kind of, oh, it's one more additional artifact. It's things that would protect you from unnecessary nerves and unnecessary communication. But if we are talking here about how to roll out AI enablement here, so let me play with the question a little bit. I would say here, first of all, split by example, show something, and start always with good working examples. So, for example, if we talk about automation, the best way to show that AI is working is generation of AI test cases, because it's actually good shaped, it's a great structure, it works, and everybody can try and get the first positive experience. So you can try this Postman collection. The next step, you can say, okay, strange, I have my API test cases in a plain text format. Let's reshape them to the Java code or something like that. The next stage would be some other interpretation, and so on and so on. So step by step, this working example. Otherwise, if you would start with something really complicated, the first experience would be negative, and person would say like, it's easier for me to do it without AI. Why should I use it? That is why only items that actually provide you with some benefits, but you should be aware about these benefits. Like today, I was sharing like working, tweaking, not working.
Great. Okay. Marina, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, so some issue interruption, I think. Yeah, but yeah, we had all answer for this question. Thank you for clarification. Yeah, it's unfortunately time is up. Yeah, but really it was a very great, wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed, and again, special thanks for joining from your vacation.
Thank you very much. And guys, any questions, ping me in Teams and I would answer all the questions.
Great. Wish you all the best and success in your dreams. Good. Have a good day, Marina.
Super. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Marina. Okay, now it's time to welcome our next speaker on the topic of AI-first cloud engineering approach. Our speaker, Soumil, Director of Project Management, will guide us through the evolution of technology and Gen AI, the Gen AI-enabled SDLC, and the innovative concept of AI-first cloud engineering. We will explore the challenges and strategies involved in integrating AI into the cloud engineering process. Please join me in welcoming Soumil, but before we start, we would like to remind you, our dear listeners, about almost the last possibility to get some QA Hub coins by tagging us in social media, in Instagram and LinkedIn. So please, if you are enjoying our conference, please tag us and gain the coins. And now it's your turn, Soumil. Please proceed with the main part.
Sure. Thank you so much for the introduction. So let me begin by introducing myself once again. My name is Saumil Boradia. I head the testing practice operations in India in EPAM, and I welcome all of you to this conference, QA Hub. Interesting session since morning. So I will, I know, I'm aware that this there are audiences from different locations and different time zones. So good morning and good afternoon and good evening to each and every one of you attending this session. So today I'm going to talk about AI assisted testing approach, AI first quality engineering approach. So when I got this, I was requested to speak on AI first quality engineering approach. I was just thinking, what should I speak on? And I was just reflecting that whatever I speak is going to be already available on the internet, or you could actually create this presentation using Gen AI. So would I make a difference? And I said to myself, yes, I can make a difference if I'm going to talk things which are very relevant to people who are on the call. So just FYI, this presentation is not generated from Gen AI. So this is handcrafted. So you would find something really original over here. So second thing is that when I was thinking about this, I was just thinking that technology has evolved for so long. Since Ice Age, technology has been evolving. Our ancestors wouldn't have imagined switching on a light in the night, or my grandparents wouldn't have imagined a connected world with internet and mobile devices. So it has evolved since time immemorial. I would say since Ice Age that we are getting involved. But what is heartening to know is that the evolution is going at a faster pace as we progress. So when I was attending concerts in my early 90s, it was completely different from the way my child attends concerts now. It was, in 1990s, it was just concert and nothing on the mobile devices. But Gen X and Gen Y are using their mobile devices while attending conferences, and this evolution is going to happen. And with everything that has been said about technology is always about evolving technology. It is never going to be constant. And a Greek philosopher also said something that is going to remain constant is the change. The change is going to remain the constant over here, and we are seeing a change which is unimaginable. It is growing at a pace that it is growing at a much faster pace that we would have imagined. We are at a pivotal moment where where Gen AI has silently created revolutions since last 2 years, and thanks to ChatGPT that we are now awakened to the newer possibilities that we could adopt it. So this is going to evolve, and it is evolving at much faster pace than we ever think. And this is just the beginning, I would say. So the adoption before this technology AI came into place, there were primarily three things that led to revolutionary change in technology. One was the internet, second was the smart devices, and third was the cloud. It took actually 6 to 7 years for the internet to gain 100 million users. It took iPhone 5 years to get 100 million users. And right now, ChatGPT has 100 million users just in 2 months of its inauguration. So this is how the adoption is taking place. The reason why I'm bringing all these contexts together is We need to understand that we are in an evolving world of technology, and we need to adapt and adapt very fast, because the technology is evolving very fast, and next 30 years, 40 years, the technology is going to evolve at much faster pace than what we would have imagined. Earlier in the session, Adam also mentioned about the 4 waves of Gen AI, and we would be very soon in that phase of agent taking over everything. Maybe 10 years, 20 years down the line, it would be agent doing anything, and human in loop will be just for the sake of it. So we need to adopt technology, and that's where I'm going to bring a perspective that how do I adopt Gen AI in my testing. Okay. So Gen AI is no longer a technology of the future. Now everyone knows about it, right? It's not something which is far-fetched and we are talking about it. No, it's not a technology for the future. It is already in the present, and it's going to be the technology disruptor that will be core for all business innovation. What I mean to say over here is that it's not something that is going to be adopted or going to be practiced or in phases. Some of the clients that I've been talking to who are very thin on their margins, they want to reinvent themselves, and they see Gen AI as the only means to reinvent themselves, not for efficiency purpose, but to sell their products, to sell their business and open up more avenues of business. So Gen AI is actually not in the pilot phase or POC phase, it's actually in the production phase right now. And this is not what I say. Even Gartner says that by 2028, 75% of the enterprise software engineers will be using AI code assistants. Delivery cycles will decrease radically. If you see on the graph that we see on the right side, this is the evolution of testing, how testing has evolved over the period of time. It used to take, at least in my old days, right, it used to take years to come out with the release. Delivery cycles were in years and not in months or quarters or weeks that we have right now. With automation coming into place, it was maybe in quarters. Like we were able to release, we were able to come up with products or solutions in quarters. With DevOps and Agile, the MVPs, we have been able to roll it out in weeks and months. But AI coming into picture, and when it gets full blown, we are talking about cycle times of days or minutes and hours. So that is how the technology is going to evolve. So it's in the best interest of all of us, to adapt, adopt, and embrace this technology. And I will be talking about how do we adopt this technology and how do we adapt to it, what are the challenges, and what is the approach that we need to make. So, but what happens is that, while most of you would have agreed that, Gen AI will be able to help us, but the question is how to start and where to start. A survey was taken for 300 CXOs, and it was found that 85% of the CMOs says that it's more difficult to stay relevant. It's disheartening to hear this kind of a figure, because it's not about the technology, it's about the adoption. Everyone knows that the technology is great and it can improve efficiencies, but it's about the adoption. They cannot stay relevant because of various challenges. The people are resistant to change. People are not trained enough for AI technologies. So there are various reasons why CMOs feel that it's very difficult for them to stay relevant to the latest technologies. While 90% of them even expect Gen AI would revolutionize their industry. So it's a big number. Like 90% of them really feel that Gen AI is going to take over the way they are doing business, the way they are going to create products, the solutions that are going to come in market, and the services that they provide is going to undergo a paradigm shift. Now, The sad part is 72% of it are unsure how to start and where to start, and others are still watching and waiting for the hype curve to settle down so that they can also take a plunge into this. So while statistics shows that people are or the CXOs are not ready or they don't know where to start, but at least in our discussion we can talk about from an engineering perspective and from an SDLC perspective, how do we start, right? So this is a typical SDLC cycle in an agile environment where requirements have been gathered, they have been put in the backlog before the your sprint cycle starts, and then once your sprint cycle starts, you are doing your UX, you're doing your design, you're doing your delivery, coding, and then you're testing it and deployment. So this is the traditional way. Actually, if you look at this traditional way of doing work, it is nothing less than a mini waterfall model. It's not, though it is agile, it is actually a waterfall model where you are waiting for your turn to for things to come on your plate so that you can work on it. So it's like if the requirements are not analyzed or if the code is not there, I cannot start my automation, and if my automation is not done, I will not be able to deploy. So it's kind of a waterfall model in a mini environment. Another drawback of this agile environment and the way we are working in the current SDLC is that, as Adam also mentioned earlier, is that we have limited ourselves, or not limited, but we have acted ourselves as specialists. Maybe the program is very complex, so we have like front-end developers, back-end developers, we have specialists everywhere. So highly dependent on specialists. Back in when I started my career, that was not the case. I mean, we were kind of unicorns where we were asked to work on the front end, the back end, and we were also asked to work on the database. But at that point in time, the programs and the projects were much easier to do. They were less complex, but now the complexity has increased at least 100 times. So how do we change this this working style of an agile environment while the process will not change, but the activities within the process will definitely change, right? So, and another problem that we saw in an agile environment, specifically for testing perspective, very few accounts that I've seen in my life where you're doing automation, we are doing in sprint automation. Automation is always kind of delayed by either a sprint or a two, and automation is always in the catch-up mode for the right reasons. There is nothing wrong, but it's always in the catch-up mode because the code is delivered during the end of the sprint, and you can't start your automation before the code is delivered. So all those challenges makes us do automation at least delayed by a sprint or a two. So we need to break those shackles and work in a different way so that we can actually utilize the agile in a much better way. So the new SDLC, the GenAI assisted SDLC, is going to look something like this, where the process might stay the same, but the activities are completely going to change. And we'll deep dive on this specifically for the testing perspective, how things are going to change from an process, from an activity standpoint. So before I go there, what is all about AI first approach, right? My topic said it's AI first. So why is this topic as AI first and not just AI test approach? The reason I specifically chose this topic is because currently the way we are working is we work in AI, we use AI, but in silos. For example, an automation tester might be facing issues with his code, and he would just do it, ChatGPT, put the code, get the best code, and rectify the mistakes, and put it back into his GitHub or whatever. right? So we are working in silos and we are not working as a flow. The problem in that is, when we work in silos, you might get productivity improvements in silos. What it means that an automation tester who's able to code faster may have more time for coffee breaks, right? Uh, but the SDLC is not going to shrink. It's not going to shrink from whatever 14, 21 days that we have right now, or we may have a sprint of 3 weeks or 2 weeks. It's not going to shrink unless and until we bring in the AI first test approach. So it's not a technology change, but it's a mindset change. So we need to bring in AI across the entire STLC of test life cycle, entire software test cycle. We need to bring in the AI, starting from requirement analysis, from designing your test cases, from generating your test cases, from to putting it into your Git, into your test case repository, to generating your BDD scenarios, to generating your actual code for test cases and for results analysis. Everything we need to use AI. So this is what is going. It may look after some time. Your SDLC for GenAI assisted SDLC, and the activities that I've shown below is what it's going to be. So the process doesn't change, but the activities change. The tester may get more involved in creating prompts, and accurate prompts, so that he gets an accurate output. There may be more reworks happening on the prompts rather than on the test cases that we were reworking on. The prompts that have been created would be shared across the projects. So that is going to be the activity for a tester going forward. Prompt engineering and making sure that the prompts are shared across the projects, so that you see better improvement efficiencies with the entire team who's working on it. The second activity that will change is Gen AI assisted models will need data cleaning. Currently, there is no activity as such in your normal SDLC, but now a tester will need to spend some time in data cleaning, making sure the data is cleaned, it is normalized, it is pruned and curated, so that you get accurate results. And specifically for RAG-enabled models, we need to make sure that our data is clean, so that we get expected outputs from the LLMs. The third that we may have to do is, the activity that we may have to do is, adopt the model and adapt the model, fine-tune the model. There are going to be cases where there will be a lot of bias management, there will be hallucinations happening, and we will need to tweak the model by providing the right kind of data. Because please remember that LLM has trained itself on certain certain data, and if it's not expected, its behavior is not expected to what you want, you will have to actually train the model. So a lot of time will be spent in training the model, making sure that the data for the model is accurate to give you the accurate output. Okay, so the next thing comes is that, okay, I understood all this. How do I begin and how do I make it big? So these are kind of baby steps that we can take, but those baby steps have to be taken fast so that we can keep up with the pace of evolving technology. So this is kind of a 4S kind of a system, strategy, system, school, and scale. So strategy, what do we need to do? First is that we need to do a rapid assessment of where we stand. What are our bottlenecks? What do we want to achieve by GenAI assisted SDLC? We need to pick up at least 1 or 2 great use cases for using GenAI. For example, one of my clients, we were growing in that client, and we were like 20 member, then we grew to 40, 60, 80 and 100 member team. And we did a design thinking workshop with him, and actually we found that this growth that he's actually not happy with the growth that the number of people are getting added. So we found out that most of the people that are getting added was in the regression testing, because this was the largest OEM maker in the world, and for them a brand image is of great importance. So they used to run close to around 9,000 test cases for every release that they made, and and the releases were like at least once in 3 months, and they were major releases. In parallel, there were minor releases, and there were multi-country rollouts, 40 countries that they were rolling out. So some of these releases were also getting rolled out in other countries. So he had a problem statement. He said that if I continued, and with every release, we were adding around 1,500 test cases in regression. So his problem statement is, I cannot scale this way. I cannot keep adding people for doing my regression testing. So this was his major problem statement that he wanted us to help on. And we had a in-house tool, and we actually did a test case optimization where he did not choose a use case as automation coverage is his priority. He did not choose efficiency in code development as his priority. He chose test case optimization as his priority, and for the right reasons. So we did that analysis. We created ran that tool. We did some manual work also along with the tool. We were able to reduce his automation suite of 15,000 test cases by 2,500 just by identifying duplicate test cases. Deduplication was there. Then we found out some 900 test cases which were just related functionalities. Those could be refactored and made into one test cases. Then 200 test cases we did manual checks and we eliminated. So from 15,000 we brought down the regression suite to 7,000, and then we use that regression suite to further refine and refactor. And every time we come up with a release, we were able to make sure that we don't keep adding the regression suite. So the intent of this example is that you plan your use case, strategize, plan your use case where you want to use GenAI, where it's going to make a big impact on your efficiencies, productivity, optimization, whatever. And plan it in such a way that in future you are going to use your AI across the SDLC and not just for that activity. The second thing that you may have to do is invest in a platform. Based on the use case that you select, you might have to invest in a platform, and kind of democratizes it. Basically provide this platform to each and every tester available to you, and developer for that matter. So let them be familiar with that. Don't put restrictions onto making them available. I know some companies do not allow AI tools to be installed in their environment because of data reasons or security reasons. But if you want to make Gen AI part of your SDLC, then you will have to democratize it. You will have to provide it to each and every person, irrespective of the seniority level in the organization. The third thing that you will have to do is you will not get the productivity that you want unless and until they are integrated to an environment. Like it should not be a standalone entity like a ChatGPT where you will have to copy the code and put it into your IDE, and then you start developing. It should get integrated into your code, so integrated to your IDE, and this should also be from your IDE. You should be able to run. You should be able to predict the code. You should be able to predict the BDD scenarios or the API codes that are going to get developed for that particular user story. So in EPAM, we have a very nice platform called Alita, which helps us do all these things very efficiently and very smoothly. The third thing that you may want to do is, schooling. This is very important. No matter how robust the technology is or how good the efficiency it will bring, it becomes very difficult to, implement it in an organization if they don't have any knowledge about it. Diffusing them inside an organization is very challenging. So make sure that you kind of create a school environment where all the employees in your corporate are getting trained on AI technologies, because AI technologies are evolving, the models are evolving, the algorithms are evolving, and we need to keep updated with all those things that are getting evolved. And we need to make sure that whatever is relevant to us, we are getting trained on it so that we can become more efficient in our work. So that is on the schooling. The last is the scale, pilot and scale. So as I mentioned, you will need to pilot on some use cases. You do a demo, but that has to be quick. You can't be piloting it for quarters together. It has to be a fixed period of 1 to 4 weeks, pilot it, and make sure you get the desired output. You can actually calibrate it. What kind of an output is what you require, and then if it meets that expectation, then you go for expanding it to other teams. So you will need to do it very quick, POC and the piloting phase, and then it works. Make sure that it is extended to all the teams in the enterprise. So this is how we could actually go step by step. These are baby steps, but these are quick baby steps to make sure that you become a AI Gen first test organization. Okay, so as I mentioned, AI, and I think everyone knows that Gen AI is going to help in each and every phase of SDLC, and I'm just going to take few use cases and show you, what kind of benefits we can expect and how we can get these kind of benefits. Like for test case design and development, you could actually generate test cases or design test cases from the user stories. Code generation is also from the use cases, from the test cases that are generated by GenAI. You can use it for creating code, and then going forward, you can use it for test planning, execution, and so forth. So I'm going to show you a small demo on how we can do such, test case development, BDD development, and API code development. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you, Soumil, for your outstanding talk. Let's now proceed with the Q&A part. So we have a few questions from our audience. Let's start with the first.
Okay.
What strategies can be employed to ensure that AI models used in quality engineering remain accurate and reliable over time?
Yeah, I had a slide on this. If you don't mind, can I just present that slide?
Yeah, sure. And let me remind our listeners to share their questions in the comment section, so we will be able to review them within the Q&A part. So we can see your screen.
Yeah, okay.
So let me repeat the question. What strategies can be employed to ensure that AI models used in quality engineering remain accurate and reliable over time?
Sure. So these are the strategies that you can use to make sure that AI models remain accurate. So data quality is very important, making sure your data. Actually, I had an example to showcase how you can make sure the data quality is good. You can do adversarial testing. Adversarial testing is kind of infusing outliers into your prompts or into your data, making sure your model doesn't go haywire or doesn't start predicting or hallucinating if there are some questions which are not trained by the model. Then we need to do some functional testing and non-functional testing on the AI prompt as well as on the model. Non-functional testing is about load testing and your stress testing and all those kind of testing that we need to do. And accuracy and completeness will come by doing a regression testing on the AI model itself. So how do we do that? If, for example, for a RAG kind of an enabled LLM, we need to bifurcate the data between the RAG as well as the LLM. We need to make sure you first test on the databases that are going to provide the RAG function, make sure that data is accurate, and then we include that data in along with the LLM so that you can pinpoint where the error is. Is the model failing or is the data failing? And we had a lot of cases while I was experimenting. We had a lot of cases where actually, because of my bad data, the LLM started hallucinating and started providing inputs which were not correct. So my answer would be simple answer would be make sure the data quality is good, provide enough adjustments and temperature control to your data model so that they don't start hallucinating and they provide accurate answers. But yeah, this is an LLM. This is not like, they will always provide an accurate answer, but we can at least make sure from our side, provide those considerations and provide those constraints so that LLM doesn't start hallucinating.
Thank you, Soumya, for such detailed answer. Let's move on to the next question. How can test managers and teams address potential biases in AI models to maintain the integrity of quality engineering processes?
Right. This question, I think, came up in the previous session also. So yeah, bias and fairness, again, I would put it onto the data model. The data that we are going to provide, most of the times the biases are coming from the training that has been provided to the LLMs. So if you are using RAG-enabled model, you need to make sure you give clear instructions to your LLM of not being biased, of not, for example, for an insurance, I was just trying to create a prototype, and I clearly made sure I provide an instruction to my LLM saying that you need to be courteous and you need to be full of empathy. So all the responses that I was getting were very the responses were full of empathy, and they were courteous. So you will need to train the model also by giving him clear instructions, and then there are different algorithms available, tools available from Google, like what if kind of tools available from Google, which you can use to tweak the biases that are there inside the model.
Okay, thank you. We have a few more questions. So the next one is, what are the key challenges and considerations when transitioning to an AI-first quality engineering approach?
Yeah, so these are the challenges, as you can see on my slide. First challenge is upskilling is required. It's not like, just give text and you'll be able to get the output. You will need to create a prompt which is going to give you the right output. A wrong prompt will give you a wrong output. A correct prompt does not guarantee the right answer. So you will need to make sure that manual verification has been done. We will need to create ourselves as SMEs for the domain that we are working in. We'll need to shift towards that. Right now we are creating SMEs in the technology stream, but now we will need to create SMEs in the domain stream so that we'll be able to validate the output of the LLMs. It gives too much of text. These LLMs, it could be actually to an untrained eye, we can miss so many things. So these are some of the challenges, that too much of text is not we are not used to so much of text. And second is that, large quantity of code to an untrained eye will always go unnoticed. So we should make sure that manual intervention is also there for the code that is getting generated.
Thank you for providing such extended answer. And we have two more questions. And the first one is, how can AI-driven insights help in making informed decisions about release readiness and risk management in quality engineering?
Yeah. So yes, the way that the technology is, I think Gen AI can be used in you can feed it the past data, the past effects, the logs, the history, the code changes that have gone in. So it can actually it could collect all those data and actually predict what are the defects that are going anticipated in which particular code or in which particular functionality. The defects are more prone to come, so it can predict even on the the assess whether we are ready for the release or not. It could predict that based on the data. See, all those things we already used to do it even without Gen AI. There was a no-go meeting where we would say that so many test cases are failing and I can't let, and they are critical, we cannot let the release go out, it's a no-go from us. The same data that is available with a tester will be quantified by an LLM with a lot of data and with a lot of predictions, and we'll be able to definitely give a go ahead or a no go for the release that we are planning to roll out.
Thank you. And we have the last question for today's Q&A part. So if we test RAG app, is it reasonable to test how exact the app can provide context to a large language model? How can we evaluate score of answer quality on custom data with RAG if LLM's evaluator know nothing about custom context data?
Let me understand this question. If we test a RAG app, is it reasonable to test how exact the app can provide context to LLM? How can we evaluate score of answer quality on custom data with RAG? If LLM evaluator know nothing about custom. Little difficult to understand this question, but I get a sense of it. So what we're trying to say is that if the RAG application is reasonable and it is behaving in the way it is supposed to behave, how can we evaluate the LLM? The question is that the question? And how can we score it?
Yeah, there is a next part that is not outside the first message. So probably we can switch to the next question and you'll be able to provide the answer in the written form if our listeners don't mind. So let's switch to the next question. Does it mean that we need to be good trainers or teachers?
Yes, we need to be good trainers to teach our LLMs, and if for a RAG-enabled model, we need to be a good trainer to make sure you give the right input so that LLM is trained properly on the context that we want it to provide answers for. Yes, in a sense, what you said, yes, we need to be good trainers, and we need to be very explicit in communicating with LLMs, giving the right kind of and detailed instructions. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Soumil. And I assume it's a good point to wrap up our discussion for today. And we would like to express our heartfelt thanks to you, Soumil, for investing time and effort in preparing and presenting such an outstanding talk. So your insights and experiences have provided us with valuable knowledge, and your contribution has significantly enriched this event. So thank you for inspiring us and helping make this event a success. So we trust, dear listeners, that you will find this tech talk both informative and engaging. Thank you for being with us. And let me remind that one of the best ways to express appreciation to our speakers is to send the badges via VR Community or Heroes portal. So thank you, Soumil, and Now we have some time for a long break before the next tech talk. Gauhar, could you please share information about our reminder?
Yes, please just a very gentle reminder. Don't forget tag us in Instagram, LinkedIn, post about our conference. Recording will be available later. So we found it very useful. So please share the experience, feelings, and yeah, we'll appreciate, and you will get coins from Quality Assurance Hub. Okay, so we have a time till next our speaker. So let's have a break for coffee. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat.
Okay, thank you for being with us. See you in
Thank you.
15 minutes.
Yeah, stay here. Hello all. Hi Igor.
Hello.
Hello. So let me introduce. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce our next presenter, Igor Belitsky, Quality Assurance Manager with focus on automation in testing and delivery, leading the largest test automation department at EPAM. Thank you for joining. Thank you for accepting our today's offer about speaking on conference.
Thank you. So it's time to share the slides, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, seems it should be live. Okay, so
we can see it.
Yeah, let's proceed. Actually, today I believe it's the interesting theme about the GenAI assisted software testing. So I would like to also mention trends, some accelerators, and that interesting stuff. So this is such a great audience. So please stay tuned, and let's see what we have. So briefly, the agenda. Yeah, it's about 5 topics. The first one, we will talk about the GenAI waves of the adoption on the market, let's say. Then it will be the capabilities that we have at the EPAM, success stories and productivity gain that we get from AI for testing and management related stuff. It will be like use cases where we applied that for our clients. And finally, what to know by you to learn and to be trained, let's say. And during the conversation, we collected some questions, so I will try to respond directly from the presentation. So let's proceed. Waves of the future. On the slide, you can see that it's about 5 ways of the GenAI transformation, which we see that doing right now on the market. So the first wave actually, when AI industry moving from the for this wave where the Gen AI make current roles more effective, like with the current tasks, where the people like keep current roles like business analysis, development, quality assurance, etc. So we were talking about the wave 2 when humans equipped by agents or virtual assistants. Yeah, on this wave we changed the method of work to like event-driven. Put from the previous stage, like we are role-based agents who can react to the events, let's say, yeah. Then it will be the wave 3, where we expect fully like a new method of work, and we believe that it will even introduce the new roles on top of our existing ones here, like technical creator or swarm operator and whatever. And the wave 4 and even 5, it's very scared. Don't think about this right now. We believe that EPAM right now in between wave 2 and wave 3. So we already equipped people by agents, yeah, and we start actively working with the next steps, yeah, doing some R&D and work with our clients to step into the wave 3. If you're talking about the future, a part of this, so we believe that it would be great to join with the big players, where like, you know, that Amazon and Google and Microsoft for sure create their own ecosystem around the like LLMs. We believe that using the custom trained models will eventually will be win situation for big enterprises, where a lot of stuff will be connected through that agents, and each prompt and each ask or that complicated flows will take cost here to communicate with big LLM directly. So the future of the local models for particular tasks is the next priority, I believe. So, and also, if talking about the future, engineering need to use more aggressively that capabilities, let's say, which we have on the market or at EPAM, to make this transformation possible and be more competitive, let's say, because clients right now ask about the cost to value. So the first step, it's like have competitive price and then expertise and speed and all that stuff. That's why it's important to know how to do it more productively, how to delegate the routine to the agent-based applications, let's say, yeah, which use LLM, etc. And actually at EPAM, we have wider presence of the accelerators for different areas. Yeah, it's especially for testing. So you can take a look on the Solution Hub by scanning the QR code. Most of them, not most, maybe, variable part already have AI with LLMs on the board. The rest use ML and other neuron networks here to train them and uplift the functionality. The most excited that we have, it's for sure the project Alita, which I will describe in a bit more details. Then it's like reporting, call it a report portal, and for sure the MobiTrue, which we use for mobile native automation and testing using the real devices. And that both all tools use the AI on the board to be more competitive again, to respect the current trends and provide maximum capabilities for the entire audience. Let's try to see one more, one of the accelerator. It's called the project Alita. Initially, right now it's like public name, the Elite, like you can pronounce it Alita, whatever it means, that Alita or Elite. It actually was born from the testing practice, and initial abbreviation was AITA, like AI test automation. Then it's transformed to the Alita, and finally to the Elite, because the Alita, like cinema, like Battle Angel, you know, it's prohibited name, so we cannot use it for the public advertising, let's say. And the project Alita, actually, this is the main instrument for testing. It's like enterprise-grade AI platform. It's designed to enhance the productivity across not just testing, but the whole software development lifecycle. And one of the standpoint features is the shared libraries and prompts with the agents that can be accessed and used by all team members of the project, stream, or practice, whatever. And that knowledge can be reusable. So when you create some mega prompt or complicated and very interesting agent, you can share it or you can make it public, and the whole community will use it. So additionally, Elite integrates seamlessly with tools that you use daily. So it's like Microsoft Teams, Slack. It can be a test management system like Jira with X-Ray or TestRail, as well as ideas for test automation engineers like Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ IDEA. So it's like preferable interfaces, I believe, for engineers, let's say. And these integrations allow teams to easily adopt and leverage the AI capabilities with the existing workflows. And even if you would like to have more, the Elite provide SDK with sophisticated documentation and API. So more connectors, more extensions can be done in parallel with that to uplift the capabilities. By using the tools that I demonstrated, we actually improved the productivity chain for testing, for management, for test automation. And these metrics that you see on the screen, it's like a baseline. We are mature enough to say at least for 15% faster, at least the 30% cheaper, or 4 times faster for the onboarding of the newcomers. By using the LLM, we still see, and that tool set will still say that engineering continue to be excellent. So we get the feedback from the stakeholders, CTO or team leads of the project that's generated stuff very competitive, very mature, and much faster for sure. And that help us to prove the cost of value and optimize total pricing and total speed for different areas. Again, it's technology agnostic, so you can use it for Java automation, .NET, with Playwright or TypeScript, like WebDriver IO, let's say, whatever. The main goal to have the good prompts united to the sophisticated agents, and then make it fully autonomic to work with your routine and automate that stuff that you are doing. We have one of the first questions, which I try to explain. What is the key consideration when selecting and implementing GenAI tools for software testing? It's very interesting and high-level question, which need decomposition, let's say. And to decompose that, I would like you to see to the whole delivery process, the first of all. And you need to validate this is the testing bottleneck of your SDLC or something else. Probably you need to start with coding, with SDLC, with development part. If you believe that testing a good choice, and I suggest yes, for most of the project is easy to adopt for the AI starting from the testing, because testing less secured, easy to onboard the tool set, and the more experience we have with software testing, in terms of adoption AI instruments. So again, you need to analyze your SDLC, so you need to check the areas of the bottleneck that you have, and what else should you adopt, and then decide should it be augmented with the AI or not. Okay, if you define the testing and even more, so test automation, the next step will be to analyze the workload distribution. And the workload distribution actually it's what actually you're doing during the test automation flow. This is an indicative example from the one of the project where we did some questionnaire, and the production team, the test automation team, say us about the productivity gain, and not productivity, sorry, workload distribution, and what percentage of each area they spent. So this figures you can see that's in the center show the numbers of the percent of workload they spend for particular area. For example, for review requirements, about 5% of the whole day workload. Then for develop automation tests, it's about 50%. So so you can see we define it at least one good candidate. Develop test automation test. For others, it could be support. And the second phase, it's like understand what AI impact could be for the area that takes the most time, and who will be affected by that, like one engineer or maybe 10 engineers. So if you decide that it's a good choice, so we can then focus on the like implementation, some experiments, some proof of concept, and then to validate the productivity gain. So you can see even in this example, we are not augmented by AI the whole SDLC, and even for the phase 1, we just suggested test automation for sure, and we expected 30% of the productivity gain for that. So it means that acceleration will be around 20, and then for the whole SDLC, and then by augmenting somehow the rest, which possible to do by AI, we can say that after the proof of concept implementation and some piloting, the project will get 29% of the total workload optimization or cost to value. And the release of resources they can use for other areas, other streams, or just do more things. Okay. So I believe I answered that question. Let's take a look at another one. How can quality assurance team measure the return of investment of implementing GenAI tools and their testing processes? So again, it's better to select the best candidate with the more of your productive chain and have impact to many people. So, for example, if you test automation, and even if it's 50%, but you have just one test automation engineer, the productivity gain will be, so the ROI will be not so best, is because investment for the agent implementation and adoption will take time and money, But if we will take a look at the maybe quality assurance, when, for example, 10 QA engineers do test case creation and spend about 20%, not 50%, by adopting that part, we will definitely win more. So, and this like example show that how we calculate ROI for the 10 engineers for the one of the stream of the one of the enterprise project. So you can see the productivity gain in this case will return in 10 months at least. So they start returning the spent money, but it will be continuously growing, and eventually, when they will adopt the same agents or tool set for other stream, so it will double. So they don't need to invest one more time for that. So the numbers will be completely different. We can try to extrapolate that for the whole enterprise. Just imagine if we have 10 projects or 10 streams or even 20, and we decide to create some GenAI adoption starting with quality assurance agent or test automation agents. For the second example of the ROI calculation, we show the current state and then time saving for post-pilot for after 3 months when we implement the solution, and then after 1 year. So and by having continuously uplifting and tuning the AI capabilities, we provide to the client like 30% gain benefits when they will adopt the AI for the usage. And if we convert that to the money, it could be around different sum. You can see that it depends on the projects. Can be investment from the client, investment from the EPAM, investment from the third-party providers like Microsoft, or even without any investment, it could be like some estimated cost for the pilot itself for multiple cases, for multiple agents. It's like infrastructure. Please pay attention that infrastructure takes very small amount of money in comparison with the value that it will get. But again, we're talking about the people. If we're talking about one engineer, you can see that's very complicated, yeah. And the model is even cheaper than the infrastructure itself for the prompting and using the agents. So based just simple maths from 12 months, you can see that it's $100,000 of saving. So good, I think, investment for the AI transformation right now. So try please ask our team. We'll be happy to help you to do that mathematics. So we have that files like calculators, etc. So please feel free to ask. The contact will be the last slides. Okay, let's move to the success stories. Maybe we have some proof of value from that. We have at least 3 on this slide, so sure the story is much more. We've done at least 10 projects and at least 15 in parallel, do some proof of concept preparation, some pre-sales activities and even upsell. So let's talk about 3 of that. It's different stories and different success, let's say. The first one is Appscafolio. We're able to say about the client. It's like library, online platform, service platform. And we accepted the challenge to automate 1,000 test cases in 4 months. It's complicated end-to-end UI tests, which use Cypress and JavaScript, all that stuff to do that test automation. So quite ambitious numbers. So we started using the Alita capabilities immediately when we started together with the Report Portal, and we achieved at least 20% faster the results in comparison with what we did before. Yeah, so it's like one the metric, and the second it's like cheaper. By having the AI, we recognize that less technical guys can use it and create sophisticated test automation code. And by using some steps of unit test, pull request review by the AI, we reduce the time even for the lead engineers who then validate the code. So in total, it helps us to do the service cheaper. And for the client, and it's like was final decision to make this deal with EPAM. The second one, it's like again some web UI automation using again the JavaScript. It's like managed service when we again start implementing some critical stuff, and after just 2 months, about 65% coverage of these critical test cases, and again even more 30% faster because that agents was uplifted continuously. So this statement from the previous project is not the end story. It's continuously improving, and we generate more profit of usage of the GenAI capabilities for the client. So the third one, it's like proof of concept, where client asks us to create agent for quality assurance, which will create test cases from the Jira tickets, and then we'll use BDD approach with Java to automate that stuff using their framework. And this is the most complicated stuff because we develop 2 stories, like quality assurance agent and test automation agents. The first one, eventually after the certain period of validation, beta testing from the client, we achieved 40% of productivity gain. It's very ambitious and very great numbers, let's say. It's just after the proof of concept. And the second metric, it's like, again, 30% less time for maintenance and automation of the scripts. Yes, it's not like a one-button solution. You need to validate. But again, the agents already understand your framework, so they know your code. So they reuse the exist page objects, so they follow code style guide. So the code itself looks pretty well. The realization could be the problem, but again, it's easy to fix because the main architecture and the main steps, all that stuff already in place. And if you're talking about negative cases, like or some exceptional cases, when you created the first test, even by hands, can be fully done by LLM, but by AI toolset. Yeah. And to summarize, right now we're talking not just about the particular scope to automate based on the budget when we develop new functionality. So we guarantee the client that we will test around from each angle the necessary tool, the necessary feature, from like using the standards, yes, so using some principles of the testing. So we can don't forget to include negative scenarios, yeah, all that stuff. So we are not limited with time. Yeah, right now we're just limited with time to validate what AI generated and then maybe fix some stuff. So this is like a game changer eventually. Okay, maybe let's move forward with another question. What is the potential risk and limitation of relying on GenAI for software testing, and how we can then can be mitigated, let's say? The first, it's not a risk, but limitation. It's agreements of the client that you can use LLMs, you can use the accelerators for prompting. Yeah. So, and decision can be made based on the tool set on the market or accelerators that EPAM has or any other vendors. But definitely this decision should be made. And the market actually transformed it a little bit for that. So we can serve for the client a dedicated solution like on-premise hosted on the private cloud, yeah, to be more safe. And for some cases, for the enterprise project, it's definitely work because they would like to have everything on the premise. The last question connected with the LLM, it still be on the cloud, even if it's Microsoft, and when it's guaranteed that nothing will be trained against your prompts. Okay, let's believe. But such as special cases, we even can introduce some local models, install it on the client premise. I mean that something from Hugging Face or a Llama, anything else. Yeah, maybe a currency will be less, but it will be fully autonomic instances for their prompting, let's say. So again, we have some options. So just try to propose. The second probably it's pushback from the engineers itself. Even if we came with that tool set and metrics, all that stuff, you know that they need to understand the prompt engineering conceptions at least. Yeah, they need to use the instrument to make this work done. Otherwise, they will do multitasking because in the end, we will expect more than before because the pricing will be cheaper. We need to do the thing faster. The client expects that, so somehow it should be adopted. And one of the best solutions is like using that LLM based accelerators such as Alita. So we can try with ChatGPT for sure. Any other agent-based toolset like presented on the market, etc. Yeah, and then try to achieve at least some goals, like see the productive results, and then I believe even these pushbacks will be mitigated. What else? Actually, LLM should have some content. Yeah. So if you have random documentation framework with test automation with nothing about the Git flow or code style guide, yeah, so all that stuff, it's like random on your own. It means that when you will ask LLM, hey, please create one more test, but very current, it will not generate expected result because you know that your random material will prevent it to like provide a right answer. For this reason, you need to do some efforts, yeah, to like prepare some training data set. It's connected with documentation, or like you need to prepare a code style guide or even standards, how to create test cases if you're talking about testing, yeah. And you can maybe redesign 1 or 10 not maybe 1, maybe 10 better test cases or automations tests. So you should create a page object for that, and then provide that for LLM for fine tuning, let's say, for uplifting that, to use it as a education set, then to prompt you the sophisticated answers which meet your expectation. So in this case, you will need some more time for adoption. The same story when you have nothing at all. For example, you have no automation, and then you would like to do this test automation with AI. Initially you need to create some tests, then do adoption of the AI for your own. So this all I believe about the questions connected with that limitations. Let's proceed. The next part, it's like how to adopt, how to start. So we have QR code. When you will scan it and see magical material about the trainings, you can start with some fundamentals, because 90% of the success, it's good prompts. Then it's good agents, like good data sets, like a good unition of these artifacts in one complicated instruction on your companion. But let's start with some baseline, some beginning, then try to get productivity, like impact or value from the prompting. Then you can connect data sources to do that prompting in line with your exist material. Then you can do step in to the agent implementation, or you can reuse exist ones, and finally you will realize that like at least 50% of your work done by LLMs while you drink a cup of coffee. Too much coffee, I believe, will be one day, but never mind. Right now we don't think about this. Okay, so you can play with your prompts, use your data sources. So we have some short screencast on the video portal. Then try to use the accelerators. So we mentioned Report Portal or Mobitru, like Alita or Elitea, whatever. So starting from the hub, which available for EPAM engineers through the VPN right now. Then inject the Alita code in your IDEs, like Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ IDEA, and then you can do this augmentation directly in your code. Much competitive that Copilot does. So if you're interested, so the comparison of the toolset I can provide as a follow-up, or please ask me directly. Yes, and get value. So until you don't have the value, you do something wrong. So we have some prompt engineers who can help you. Just ask support Alita or ask in our forums. For this reason, I provided some other like instructions, so directly for Alita documentation, some wider list of the examples used on the video portal, and then that Alita forum. It's actually some public on Viva Engage space where everyone can ask questions, like see the material and etc. So feel free to join and look at the release notes and updates that we have for at least Project Alita. And then we have the work group. It's not just about the Alita, it's like for GenAI and the testing. And in this work group, we split it for the pre-sales, for delivery, for education groups, where each one have necessary contacts, materials about that, and you even can contribute to that. Or ask me directly. So we have one more question, I believe. Let me take a look. What strategies can QA managers employ to foster a culture of continuous learning and adaptation in GenAI-driven testing environment? It's again the questions around the motivation and pushback, which we faced many times when we start adoption of the GenAI. You need to set goals. Yeah, so just speak with your, let's say, early adopters or teshy guys. Example of the goal: we need to increase the test automation deliverables like 15%. Yeah. Or we need to reduce time for test case implementation double. Look at the typical use cases, yeah, and your workload distribution, which I showed in the previous slide, and maybe recognize, select the most important, which can be augmented by AI. Then try to make iterative changes, like define potential gaps or define adopters, like ask to create some prompts or reuse existing agents for your purpose, then test it and tune to get at least 5, then 10, then 15% of productivity gain. Actually, our accelerators like Alita have enough capabilities. Just do it because we believe that people use at least 15% of that capabilities. The Alita itself, it's a big sandbox with multiple very sophisticated stuff. We try to do the demos, try to do the video material and the documentation, but this even part have step minus from the actual features that we presented and developed and even promoted for some potential clients. Then, okay, when you make that iterative changes, you can recognize people. Please nominate them to the early adopters, like give them the badges. You can even do some spot bonuses if you manager, or you can nominate the people for that, because getting the productivity gain for that, this is really a good achievement and should be recognized eventually. And definitely you can suggest some examples from our group, so we can share success stories. So the video that we demonstrate the success, at least for different projects, different areas. We have success story reflected in the slides. We even able to create some group, let's say pilot group, with your people, and try to challenge them to get that like productivity gain. So it could be like your nominated person with your problem statement, some suggestion how to improve it, and then we will allocate prompt engineer, some technical guy who know the Alita capabilities, and we will then help you to build it or adopt existing agents for your own. So don't be scared and don't hesitate to reach our team. So finally, this slide can show you briefly the idea of where GenAI in testing can be augmented. Yeah, so we did, that 100 experiments when we started a journey, let's say, and that 100 experiments proved for any of the area that you have on the slide. So it means that for each of this area, we have some use case or how to guide best practice. That's why you can actually select if it's mapped with your productivity workload distribution task that you need to improve, and then find the instrument to make it possible. So we can also help with that. To reach out our team, you can contact the testing practice directly from the Testing Competency Center, or you can ask support from the project Alita. It connected with the pre-sales staff, with support of the Alita itself for that pilot groups for adoption on the project. So this is one single entry point for multiple teams, which will be happy to make it true, let's say. So seems more or less I'm done with the content. Hope you enjoyed that.
Yes, Igor, thank you so much. It was a really great presentation, and special thanks from our community for your effort, time, and the presentation. So I would like to ask audience to send badges to the Igor. Yeah, it was really very good, very nice presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
We have a couple questions from our guests, so let me ask them. The first one is, what are the limitations of using EPAM AI tools for EPAM clients products regarding LLM usage for client data?
What is the limitation of using EPAM AI tools for the EPAM clients product and LLM usage for the client data? I believe I mentioned somehow, they need to allow us at least to use the LLMs. This is the first step. If they allow use the large language model from Microsoft, Google, whatever, so the EPAM can connect to any LLM provider, then it could be easily to install the EPAM accelerators, yes, the AI tools. And we serve the tools as a SaaS. It's like hosted at the EPAM. It's easy to start, like start from day one, and then we can implement the proof of concept, like to generate AI adoption, or we serve on-premise version of the AI, then it needs to be hosted on the premise, let's say, and usually they ask to pass some security check. Actually, EPAM, especially Alita and Report Portal, already passed a security and compliance check from our internal team. So we're ready to do this for any client as well. So there is not any limits, and we're actually very securable in terms of data storage and authorization and all that stuff. So please ask me about that. I will provide architecture document for that, and you can move forward with that. Okay.
Great.
Seems like
Thank you. Great. Yeah. Okay. So if you have any questions, please just a gentle reminder, you can ask it in the comments, and we will ask Igor directly. So the next question is from Marta. Hello, is it possible to access to this Alita training education if you don't belong to EPAM?
We're thinking about that. So we started at least with documentation itself. So it's available to public, project alita.ai. So you will be able to see all the features and some how-to guides and best practice. Then you can decide probably to join the Alita on your own, and then we can discuss like options. So Alita is served for free for EPAM clients. For the non-EPAM client or still not EPAM client, it's discussable. Yeah, so let's start with the documentation. I believe the trainings will be available later in this quarter.
Yeah, about the trainings, master classes, there was a question about providing advice for master classes, AI solutions or demo, how to use AI tools to create or fix automation tests. So Levon, thank you so much. He provided some links in our chat. So Igor, if you want to add anything else.
Perfect, yeah. Levon saved me every time when I do some demo, because I have only twice here. Yeah. I believe, it's already shared, so you can see that on the video portal we have at least two playlists here, just find by Alita, so it will be two of them. And then inside that you will find at least some automation related stuff, some useful master classes we did when we demonstrated the AI capabilities during the AI games. So it's also in our community, so we can find like AI games, and then, for example, Alita, and you will see that recording. Very, again, I believe, productive and excited material. Or you can ask me or Levon directly. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, you can also text email to Quality Assurance Lab official email, and we can also we'll give all questions to Igor or Levon directly. Yeah.
Sure.
So thank you so much. So I don't see any other questions, so I believe that was the last one. Would like to say you, Igor, again, We are so appreciate for your presentation and for your time to joining us. Yeah, thank you so much. It was really useful. So Camila, would you like to add anything from your side?
Yeah, thank you, Igor, for putting your effort for preparing and providing this presentation and insightful talk. And as we conclude the conference, I want to express our gratitude to all our speakers and attendees for their active participation. Thank you for providing your talk. Thank you for asking questions. And our mission was to serve as an educational platform for key professionals and project managers, providing insights into the impact of AI on testing processes. So we also hope to inspire you to innovate and explore new possibilities for introducing AI into your strategies to enhance software quality and delivery efficiency. And we trust that the practical tips, tools, and techniques shared during this conference will be valuable additions to your projects. Thank you once again, and thank you, Igor, for your participation. And dear listeners,
Thank you.
I would like to say, please follow us in our social networks. We are always providing such kind of fun conferences, useful events, and we have podcasts. So see you on next event. Thank you so much. Bye.
thank you, and see you on the next conferences, Tech Talks. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.